Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Jerry.
Morning.
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 Today is my favorite kind of day.
Good morning.
We're gonna make a lot of money today, folks. All right, so here's the deal. Gap down days. A couple things can happen to open. Some of these big names will fill instantly. Hopefully what happens is they kind of puke at the open. We're looking on the 15-minute. We're going to be looking for breaks of pivot low. If they break the pivot low at open, we're going to short them. We're going to scalp them. All right, we're going to be in and out really quick. All right, we're going to wait for it to catch a bottom. We're going to look for hammers. We're going to look for hammers, and we're going to look for confirmation on the 5-minute as they pull back to the upside. When that happens, we're going to target the open. And from the open, we're going to target gap. Just that simple. Also, we'll go over a little bit later. We'll talk more about entry timing, and also we need to talk about how to get out of these things really quickly and how to sell at limit. We also need to talk about volume, and we need to talk about momentum. All right, because if there's no momentum or there's no a lot of open interest or volume on these contracts, it could take you a few minutes to get out of them. So we'll be talking about that a little bit later. Right now, we're going to focus on what's puking and what's not. And the reason I think that these gap fill work so well is because position holders and people want to buy these big names at discounts. Now, that's what we want to happen is a gap fill, of course, but the market might just say, hey, you know, we had a big pullback on SPY and these other names, and well, they might go down all day. Hell, they might go down for the next 2 or 3 days. But we know we'll play what we see, and we'll play it by ear, but we won't know until the market opens. So we'll come up with a plan as we see it. That's the plan. So market opens, we'll look for some to get gap fill instantly. Hopefully the market will sell off a little bit to open, and then we'll find the bottom. We'll look for that pullback to the upside on the 5-minute. Then we're going to target the open. Okay. Now, just like a gap up, sometimes they'll fill about halfway and turn around. That's why it's important to play it by ear. Be prepared for any of the possibilities that can happen. All right, always be looking for weakness. All right, you can look at weakness by when it makes a high and pulls back. You know, we're gonna be looking for wicks. If it comes back up and tries to hit that spot again and it forms another wick, it's showing weakness. It can reverse back to the downside. Bodies of the candles can show sign of weakness as the bodies get smaller. We'll also be looking at volume. If volume increases, it shows the strength pulling up to open and then through gap fill. So if the bars of the candle, the bodies of the candle is getting larger, then show strength. If they get smaller, it shows weakness. It could be ready for a pullback. So it's a lot to take in, but that's what we're going to be doing. Oh yeah, we're going to be renaming the room. So anybody with ideas or anything like that, post in the chat. The wave that I was drawing yesterday, I want to make some kind of label for the Discord and for my Twitter and stuff like that. And it looks like this. The wave looks like this. All right. And then our entries right on top of that. And then of course, we'll do some kind of circle around it. That's pretty much it. I want to make something like that. And if we come up with a name together as a team, we'll put that up there. So the market's down pretty much all over the place. We'll be monitoring all these tickers. I'll open them, or I'll be monitoring them and open. See which one want to gap fill and which ones want to puke. The whole market's down as a whole, so the market reacts all at the same time. I'll be able to call a bunch of tickers at the same time. Look for ones in your price range and hit those. I'm going to hit the ones that can move the most in a short amount of time. Again, in the first 30 minutes, I will be scalping. I'll be scalping and scalping and scalping. Right here on Amazon, you see how it's starting to curl up here? We're going to be targeting open. When this thing opens up, if it say it opens up at 36.42, if it sells off the open and we start to reverse, that'll be our first target is the open of the candle when the first candle pops out of there. All right. And then we'll be targeting gap fill, which would be 36.91. You see there, it's a $50 move right there in itself. Anything can happen along the way. So just keep that in mind. This thing could, now look, again, I want to show you this. If this thing opens and it drops below pre-market high, 36.27, it is a short. All right, we want to short the hell out of it. We're going to scalp it. We're going to be scalping this thing, and it will more than likely find a bottom and come right back up and then gap fill. Don't have to do it, but it can. That's the game plan. So you see it? There's the pre-market low, starting to curl up. All right. If it breaks that low, it's short. If it breaks the pivot low from yesterday, it's going to be short. More than likely, all of them going to open below pivot. So what we'll do is we'll go to the higher time frames and look. So Amazon, it shot up here. Shop, a lot of these look like that. They're breaking all-time highs. If it comes down and starts to short, the target will be the pivot low for a retest, for breaking a retest. Shop will look the same exact way. We got a few seconds here. All the charts going to look pretty much the same. Any ticker is all-time highs. So shop is probably going to come down below that. Again, the support's at 1448, and it shows up right here, 1431 to be exact. So we got 20 seconds till open. Go ahead and get everything ready. Scalp. Go ahead and set your limit order in instantly. You're not worried about catching the whole entire move. Okay. We're going to take a piece of it. The next time it pulls back inside, as soon as it breaks the high, it's long or opposite for short. That's it. Here we go. Let them open. Everything's down. Tesla's coming down, puking. So everything's down. We'll just sit here and watch it for a second. Shop's down. Amazon's down. Tesla puking right here. Everything open down. Keep an eye on Tesla here. Now Tesla's been down, so the weaker stocks will be going down even quicker. The stronger ones will come up. That's coming down. We're gonna look at that blow at 629 there. If it decides to come on down, it can see 571. All right.
Amazon's going up.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Netflix coming up, BA coming up, Etsy trying to come up. Let's see. Go ahead. Shop green, Tesla green coming up on a hammer in the video trying to gap fill. Amazon trying to come up. Amazon long for gap fill right now. Scalp them. I mean, you got this scalp, people. Shop's long for gap fill, Amazon long, Tesla's long for gap fill. They all hit some time. Now remember, we are scalping. Etsy's long for gap fill. Roku's long for gap fill. Etsy's long. These are scalps. They are strictly scalps. Tesla's long. Just because they're showing long now could just be profit taking. So keep that in mind. We always gotta be aware of what's going on and when it goes on. Tesla's coming up. We really need to see that next candle. Shop's long right now for gap fill. It's got a monster gap fill. Tesla's long. They can pull back just as fast. So when you're in them, I'm just going to stay in them for 10 or 20 seconds. I'm pulling out. Cannot be greedy in these things. The key is to take a piece out, $200 or $300, go back in on the next push up as it breaks the next high. So you see on Shopify right now, let's look at it right quick. They're all doing the same thing. It's pulling back. It went green. It pulled back. Okay. If it decides to come back up and breaks this wick out, it'll be long again. Remember, in the first 5 minutes, they're going to be taking profits. That's why some of these tickers are pushing up. I'm trying to get all this in it as quickly as I can. But
Shop spread is huge.
yeah, it's really huge. Yeah. So shop, you want to wait until it breaks back above 1494. It'll be a pullback all in one candle and a push up. Let's see here.
Facebook's
BA
puking.
check.
Facebook's puking.
All right, thank you. Bala puke, ZS still coming down.
Apple's
Etsy feel
going
that-
up.
Nice. Etsy. Let's see. VIX is coming down, which is a good sign. Oh yeah, let's keep an eye on SPY here too. People's got smart accounts, they can jump into SPY. As soon as we get any kind of sign of reversal here. Let them open. Tesla's long here, guys, for gap fill. Wait till that solid can't, they can't go solid green here. SC's coming up for gap fill. Netflix is almost gap fill. Now, Amazon crosses back over the high, be long again. Tesla's almost up to the 15-minute pivot. Netflix is almost to the pivot. That's the target, the pivot. Amazon. Amazon. Let's see what you got. 59.60 by first target's gonna be the pivot low here. 83. So that's $23 there. Etsy coming on up. Stronger ticker is gonna fill first. Etsy's coming back through pivot low there. They're very volatile. You got to be taking profits very quickly here. Etsy broke through pivot low here on the 1530. All right. Next target's gap fill, which would be 192.17. Here's the next candle. Exactly what we want to say. We want to see these things go inside up. Etsy's long right now. Target gap fill, and then 193. NVIDIA. Got a hammer coming up. We want to see these inside up on the 5-minute. Etsy's still pushing up nice. All right, NVIDIA breaks here to be long when it breaks 799.50. We'll just say 800 to be on the safe side. NVIDIA.
What do you think about APPS for gap fill?
Adobe's forming a Momo or a hammer at the base. APPS, as soon as it breaks, come on now, 62.80 or $63, it's long. It'd be long when it breaks $63. Target gap fill. It's in a downward. It's in a downward pattern. I would just scalp it. We got a lot of hammers forming, but they're dojian. So let's pull up Adobe. So APPS will be long, but target's gonna be $64. So if you want to take it, I'm not gonna be in it, but Adobe's long right here, 2-2 up, gap fills target. It's a strong ticker. They're buying the hell out of it. Adobe's long.
Roku's strong.
Yeah, Roku. Oh yeah, good find, man. Yeah, coming up. Target's pivot. Yes, sir. We're gonna make sure. Here comes Shop. Shop breaks long. If Shop breaks the high to be long, Amazon breaks the high to be long. SC's almost a 15-minute pivot target. Crowd's coming up. SC's coming up. Net's long. Carvana's long. Roku's coming up. As soon as it goes back solid green, it'll be long. Adobe's long. Target's going to be pivot low. 603, and then 604, and then 605. Don't be greedy. Don't you be greedy.
BA strong.
VA looks good, yes sir. Love it. Target pit. All we're doing is targeting the since they're breaking open, we're going to target the 15-minute pivot low. The video is long. Shop, there we go. Roku's long right now, inside up shop. Here we go. It's a $50 gap fill in shop. Shop is gonna be long. You can wait till it breaks solid green here. This is a 2-1-2 and 2 candles. All right, remember it. AC coming on up. Next target, gap fill, then pivot high 15. HD's bounced out off pivot low 15. What else we got here? Shopify still looking good here. It needs to pop. Needs to pop. Twilio coming up. Adobe coming up. Apple's long. Wait till it has a solid green candle. On the 5. Myrna coming back through range. It hit target, come back up to pivot high. Novax is filling the gap right now. Just be aware, these things can come back down just as quick. That's why it's important to scalp them. Roku's coming up, almost a gap fill. Apple, wait till it breaks 143. It'll be long. It's sitting right on top of this pivot over here. That's why we're seeing a bounce. All right. Space moving to the moon. All right, let's pull. There's nothing on a 10% scan here. Let's look at Bob. Nothing there. Microsoft. What are you doing, Microsoft? Apple's long right now. AAPL is long or cheap. Microsoft's trying to gap fill too. It's one of the stronger ones. Let it go solid green before you take it. Target's $1 away. All right, here's the next 5-minute candle. The same thing, inside up, they're long. Space is taking off the moon. Here comes Tesla back up. Tesla's gonna gap fill. NVIDIA coming on up. Novak's coming up. Shop's fixing to go again. Roku's almost a target. Etsy almost gap fill. Myrna's running. Novak's is falling behind. Novak's going to fill that gap for sure. Tesla's almost a gap fill.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks good. All right. Tesla breaks this high right here. It's going to be long. You're not in it yet. 637. It's going to be long right here. It needs to break the high. There goes Shop. Thank you very much, Shop. That's a big ass gap fill on Shop right here. This is my favorite kind of days. My favorite kind of days. Etsy's almost a gap fill. Netflix still coming up. Netflix is long. Zoom's long on a big old hammer. Novak is almost a target. Tesla's almost a 15-minute pivot. Etsy, once it gets to gap fill, next target pivot high 15. Netflix coming on up. Novak's gap fill. The video just sitting there. Netflix hit target on 15. Next target's going to be 535. Make that money, boy. Woo. Have a hard stop on Netflix or either sell limit. All right, Amazon's inside right now. If it breaks 36.39, it'll be short. We'll target pivot low 60. We won't be in it that long, but right now it's wedging. It can go either way. You want to see it break one way or the other here. Play it by ear. It's interesting. First 15 minutes of the day. I love it. Bib coming up. Bib gap fill. B. B. We got a hammer on VIX here. B came right up to gap fill. Yeah. Got our move there. Look at the break and a retest right on a pivot high on a 60, which is beautiful. All right. If the BIIB breaks 35582, we'll just call it 356 to be long. It's bounced in the hit target and bounced there. Novak's Myrna's long right now. Myrna's ripping. Probably one of the strongest ones in the bunch. So let's pull her up. Myrna's going to bring Novak's with it, so you can just pick one. This thing's up $11. Target was gap fill. All right, since the pivot set on wrong line, come right back up. Next target's going to be pivot low on the 60, 227. There she goes. If she wants, she can go up to 245 today. It's inside Momo hammer. VIX coming up, bringing SPY back down with it. Oh shit, Amazon. Amazon might be short here. All right, Amazon needs to do a clean break right here. If it does, it's gonna be short. Needs to break. If Amazon breaks 36, it'll be short. First 15-minute candle of the day. Let's see what we got inside and up on this stuff here. Shop inside, Novak's inside, Nvidia inside, Tesla inside. Baidu down. Netflix inside, SC inside, Roku inside. We want these to go inside up. What we want. Amazon is short right now. Amazon is short. Amazon is short. Still scalping. Space coming down. Keep on Baidu here. I'm going to go short. Baidu short. It's dying, breaking through that pivot on the weekly. 212 month. Target's going to be the pivot high on the month. 145. Long ways to go. Baidu short. Baidu. You hit them right. They're up instantly. Myrna's coming up. Myrna's still long. Add to it here. Myrna's long. Add to it. It's the strongest one in the sector. And everything else going back. It's still pushing up. Wait till it goes solid green. You're not in it yet. Novak's inside up trying to break. Shopify trying to come down. All right. Shop came up, try to come back down. If shop breaks 1473, it'd be short. We'll target 1450. Big shooter on the 30. All right, a lot of stuff come back in. VIX is coming up. Shopify is short. Amazon short. Shopify short right now. CRWD short. If it's inside up or inside down, don't matter. Nobody's inside trying to go up. It's all on Myrna. These are scalps, so they can still turn around and go right back up. Just remember that.
Apple short.
Apple short. Big old shooter on 3060.
Facebook just broke short.
Nice. Remember to scalp them, guys, because this thing can still turn right back up. VIX is pushing up right now, bringing everything down. It can turn around, so just remember, take profits. SQ breaking. CRWD breaking the downside. BABA breaking the downside. Next fishing goes 2 down, 2-1 down. All right, so we'll target these the rest of the moves as the market follows. Shopify, give me my money.
What's your target on Amazon?
Amazon. Let's see. I think it's pivot low on the 60. I can't remember. Let me pull back up real quick. Yeah, so we probably won't get all the way to the pivot low on the 60. We got a pivot low right here on the 15 though. It is 3603, 3604. I don't know if we'll get there, to be honest with you. VIX has got a hammer. It's green's got a hammer. This thing can turn back red at instant drop from gap fill. So just remember to be taking your profits along the way. Just take your money along the way. Because in the first 30 minutes, it's so volatile, anything can happen. The video. Go inside down. Now what we can do is target these 2-2s back through range. So we can find some that I haven't that's not filled all the way yet. Like Netflix will look at short knees. Target will be the low. Just like Tesla right now. All right, see this thing wicked up. It bounced off support or resistance there. If it breaks 530.60, it'll be short. Target will be 529. All right. So we target these patterns 2-2 back down. The patterns are small. Myrna's breaking, Novak's breaking 2-1-2 up. Myrna's still on here, guys. Myrna's still long. All right, Tesla's to pull back to the upside, or just pull back to the downside. All right, Tesla breaks 625.40, be short, target 620.
This could be the bottom on NQ. It hit the bottom, expanded the range and bounced off. Same thing on ES.
Thank you for that. Myrna's still ripping here, guys. MRNA. Novak's is following suit. Myrna can come way back up and take a lot of pivots out on the daily here right now. It's the strongest ticker that I'm watching. BIIB still pushing. HD trying 2-2 back up. Carvana's fixing to break to the upside. Carvana's been really strong here lately. Carvana's going to be long. She rejected 4 times off the base here, trying to come back up. It needs to break that 324 range. It'll really rip down. There goes Myrna. Myrna's a beast. Myrna is a beast.
What do you think about Walmart, Jerry?
Walmart. Walmart looks good. Target's going to be 141 on it. Let me look at the higher time frames right quick. It looks pretty good on the daily. You got all those wicks right there, though. It's so dangerous, and because it tells you, hey, every time we come up here, we've been knocked right back down. We give up all the profits these days.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
could probably, it didn't make it to that point, but it came right back down. Well, looking on the 60, it was pretty smooth coming down. So you could get in long 141, but just remember when it gets close to that target, tighten your stops up. So it is long right now. The price actually coming down is pretty slow. See here on the 15. So when it does reverse, it'll be slow. It won't get it all back instantly.
Yeah. What do you think about Costco?
Yeah.
I think it looks better.
I upgraded the Zoom to 500, I think it's 300, 500 people. So I don't know if there's just 99 people in here or if they haven't seen it through yet. Actually trying to do a Momo Hammer back up. 99 people, I guess. I don't know.
I don't
Costco
think,
looks pretty good.
I don't think Zoom changed it yet.
Well, we need to talk to them. I do. Yeah, Costco looks really good. 213 up, 2 month. This thing's a beast. Cost needs to break 408.64. Amazon forming a hammer. Here's a hammer for me. It's trying to come back up. Yeah, cost it's pretty good, but it needs to cross that 408.64 level to get in it. Right now we got a lot of hammers and dojis. So can't really do anything. The price action is not that smooth. Hey, yeah, 954 here. 10 o'clock, flip, man. That's the biggest flip. 10 o'clock, anything can happen. Right now, we can't do anything. The market's just chopping on this last 15-minute candle here. Hammers, dojis. I mean, the good thing is prices near the top of these hammers. Do we sit and we wait? Adobe. BIIB still pushing up here. Adobe needs to get upfill. And it could at 10. FedEx is pretty strong right now. I'm still in Adobe. Hopefully it breaks that 601 level here. Space is pushing up. Momo Hammer gone. You need to keep an eye on BA as well. Myrna's currently inside 15. Or 5 or not 15. Inside up. Myrna needs to come up and break this 228 level. They're answering. It's bouncing on that 60 pivot low right now. If it can't break through there, we can see it turn back around and go back down as it retests. So it's just a break. It can retest and go lower. If it decides to break through there, we'll see 240. So these pivots are so important. 4 minutes to flip. All right, we got one on the 10% scan now. Let's see what she's doing. Ooh, shit, car, we're going to the moon. Is it optional? It is not. Look at that. There's so much momentum in this thing. It's gapping up on 5-minute candles. Must be news. A little extended. On these things here, I like to do is go back in time and see if it's ever been a former runner. It has. Let's see it. It's ran a few times. Every time it's gapped up, pulled right back and gave us gains up. So then we go to daily here. I can't go back that far in time, but I can tell you every time it gapped up, it pulled right back down. Yeah. I don't know how long it took to get back to gains, but it did. So if you ever see a runner, look back in time to see how long it took to get back to gains. Look, about 3 weeks there. It could have took 1 day to get most of it back. Looks like it's halted. It's not moving. Oracle. Myrna's going again. When you see stocks that's got natural buyers in there and the market's puking and you see one moving, that's the one to be in.
Amazon's a big hammer on the 15.
Oh yeah, I like that. Yep. Like that. Bob has got a nice hammer as well. CRW just got a hammer still red. Etsy's inside with a hammer. It could be a Momo hammer. It needs to break the highs. So we're looking to break these highs on this stuff, guys. All right, Oracle's strong as heck on the month. It's a beautiful pullback right here on this time frame. Oracle breaks 87.17. It'll be this thing could go to the moon, guys. There's a break and a retest on the daily. This thing can run. Oracle is gonna be long right now, target $87. Oracle is long right now, 87.17, pretty cheap contracts here. ORCL. Target 87, this is a very strong ticker here. What are you doing to me? Oracle is long. Amazon got a hammer. We're gonna be looking at that, take it back up. We gotta wait till 10 o'clock to do anything with it. Oracle's long here. Anybody's wanting cheap tickers, there you go. Target $87. Oracle's a good one, and it can break 87 and go to the moon. All right, this thing's got a beautiful clean pattern on it. Space is ripping today. Space is ripping. Amazon's looking good here. If it breaks 30, this is the pattern we're looking for right here, guys. It needs to be wait till 10 o'clock. It's throwing a long signal right this second, but that flip is so important. It's gonna be long, wait till 10 o'clock and see what it does. But there's that 2-2 back up. We're gonna target where? The open. All right, we're gonna target the open and gap fill. Monster moves. 10 o'clock needs a pop here. Because right now, this could be a pullback to the downside. That's why that flip is so important. Myrna's still running here. Myrna's still rocking. Myrna and Novax both running together. Myrna's the stronger of the two. All right, watch Amazon. She's fixing to go. Amazon's long. We're going to target the open here. Amazon's long. Target 36.56 right this second. Right now. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Etsy's going to be long as soon as it crosses the high. The daily high. These are very high probability trades here. Let's keep an eye on Myrna. Let's keep an eye on Etsy. BIB inside. There goes Adobe. Holy shit. Up 40% on Adobe. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Give me my gap fill, Adobe. FedEx was looking good, starting to roll over here. Twilio's wicking out the top. Oh, JP Morgan might be tanking. Etsy's long right now. We're going to target pivot high. Etsy's long. We're going to target the pivot high 194. 194 brings 199. And Adobe's is up 42%. Oracle's kicking ass, taking names. Adobe's target's going to be, there's two of them, pivot high or pivot low 603. Next pivot low is 604. There's an inside trying to come down.
Roku going.
Inside. Ooh, nice. Yep. Roku's going to be, you want to wait till a solid green candle here. Target the pivot low 15. Everybody's on that Roku. What I'm talking about. Carvana's trying to come up. Roku looks good, but it needs to be a solid candle here. Target's going to be, well, gap fill since it's closer than the pivot on the 15. All right, if they start to roll over, it could be a pullback to the downside here. Adobe. Dockie's looking good. BIB still pushing here. There goes Roku. Roku's long. Somebody's asking about bid yesterday. This thing rocking today. BIB is a break and a retest off the 60. This thing's to the moon.
I just made 100% on bib.
Yeah, that's a nice ticker there. Look, this thing's got room to 468. The weekly target 388. Pivot machine gun. Beautiful, beautiful, clean price action on this thing. Yeah, IB, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Myrna doing a Momo hammer on the 15er. Baidu coming up. So Baidu might be long here. It is actually long. It's weak, so we'll just be targeting the open. On Baidu, we want to do just like Amazon. Etsy's still long here. CRWD supposed to be long. Carvana's long right this second. Carvana's long. Net is long for gap fill. Adobe up 46%. Up 120% on Myrna. Got my stops up on it. ZS long for gap fill. Net is a beautiful ticker. If it's on my screen, it's on there for a reason. Net's long for gap fill right this second. Target 108, $3. These are pretty cheap. All right. We just found a bottom. It rejected twice on a 5-minute chart, and then it's pushing right back up. You see, it's in a strong uptrend pattern on the monthly. Get that pullback on the weekly. We want to clear that 111 and break the all-time highs. Net crowds long. It's about went to target instantly. Crowd's gonna be long. I'm looking at Carvana. CRWD is gonna be long when it crosses 262.01. Carvana already broke that. So these patterns are the same on each one, guys. Amazon's long targets that thing if you're not in it already. All right, Carvana broke that pattern. See, it's wicked out. It was strong enough to break through this resistance here. The target's going to be pivot low, pivot high. All right, Amazon long, kicking ass, taking names. ZS is long, same pattern, just a 2-2 back up through range. Gap down days are my absolute favorite. Novax is still long, add to it. Myrna's coming right back up. I'll be adding to it, or it'll be long if you're not in it yet. Momo hammer 15.
BA
First
long.
target. BA long. Okay. Target hit on Amazon here. Target's the high. All right. Next target's going to be pivot low, pivot high. Should bring Shopify along with it. Yeah, BA's long right now on that 2-2 back up. Target is pivot low 15. Roku's long as well. Etsy's almost a pivot high. This is my favorite day. My favorite day. We got clear targets. Price is just beautifully moving up. That's almost $20 right there on Amazon. Novak's still pushing, which is going to bring Myrna with it. Novak's up 75%. Etsy took profits on Etsy. Baidu 2-2 back up, target high. Myrna's still coming up, starting to roll over here a little bit. My stop is at 228. Etsy coming up. Roku long, Etsy long, BA's long. Myrna breaks this consolidation on 5 minutes. Gonna be long again if you're not in it, or add to it. It's a small pullback to the upside here to take a break. People take profits. Etsy's almost a target. Let me pull up Amazon. This is why it's important to take money as it comes to target and then re-enter on the short on the pullback to the upside. So let's look at the 5 minute right quick. Well, it don't matter. We can look at 5 or the 15, doesn't matter. These are our targets. You can pull out at target. Myrna's long right now. Myrna's long at this second right now. Add to it. BA still pushing. All right, here's our targets on this thing, guys. This is really how you play a gap down or gap up. All right, you wait at open. All right, if it breaks market lows, you short it. Okay, so look, the market, the short was here, right here. It goes inside up and now the inside down. Novak's is longer, add to it, Myrna longer, add to it. At 2 2s, we take another entry when it crosses here. Target's going to be the high. And you can target each of these. But this ultimately is the target. Is morning high. All right, as it gets close, Novak's is kicking butt here. You're gonna be selling it. You're gonna be selling into this area here. All right. Now, the reason why is because it can pull back here. Can it keep going? It can, because this area acts as it acts like a pivot. Right here. Now, you see it broke it just by a couple of cents and came back down. But now we're waiting on this thing to come back through because it hit it. It could do a couple things. It could shoot straight through it. It could touch it, pull back, and then shoot through it. Or it could touch it and then reverse, right? So if we get a pullback here on the 5 minute to the downside, so it double topped here. If it touches, pulls back, right? We get a pullback to the downside, we'll hit again. Target's going to be the low. All right. We want it to bounce through this level here. We want it to come back up and break through. So as soon as we break through this area here, about 20 or 30 cents, it's going to be long. We're going to target this pivot low. This pivot low. All right. If it breaks through there, a PMG up to pivot high. And that's the target. So very simple. So 2-2 back up at the confirmation. So it pulled up. Here's confirmation on this. Pulls up. There's a pullback to the upside. So here's another pullback to the upside. You could add again here. You could add again here. 3 adds right there. 1, 2, 3. Target. Ultimate targets here. Sell it in this area. All right. Now we see. So I think that's otherwise. Kind of chops a little bit. Actually, almost a pivot high here. Adobe's coming back down a little bit. Stay on that. We need VIX to come back down. The reason the market's pulling back right now is because VIX is pulling back just a hair. There goes Tesla back up, trying to fill that gap again. So Tesla. Big 2-2 back up. With clear targets. So Tesla's going to be long when it crosses, but you know, we're a little bit late to get in this thing. We should have got in it down here on this pullback, this consolidation break. The target would have been the high. It'll still be long right now if this candle goes solid green, but the target's not that far away at this point. So now we wait till it breaks 637. Then we take it long. Myrna's still long here.
Looks very similar to Amazon.
Yeah, they all, yep, exactly. They all look the same. That's the beauty of these gap down days. Etsy hit pivot high on 15. Next target on Etsy is pivot high on the 30, guys. We just step up. Pivot, the pivots is where it's at, man. Etsy's longer, add to it here. Myrna's still ripping. So yeah, Tesla's is long here. The only problem is the target is right here. And when it hits that target, just like we saw on Amazon, it could pull back. So that's why it's best to wait on the pullback and then break through this level here. Now, Amazon, I expect it to break through and finish this gap fill process. All right. We wait till it breaks again. All right. So look, we're pulling back right here on this high, which is a few cents above this high here, the open. All right. So when it crosses 363, 64, you can wait till 65 if you want. If you're on the safe side, it'll be long. Yeah, same thing. Crowd's long right now, 2-2 back up. It crossed. Let me pull up CRWD because CRWD just hit target, but it broke through. There's 3 things that happen on these. All right. They'll push straight through it like CRWD did, or they will get fill. All right, it came back up to target. See how it pushed back at target right here?
Roku ripped through the gap fill.
Yeah, Roku's nice. Next target, pivot high 15. Amazon's fixing to be long again. Myrna is not stopping. Here goes Adobe for gap fill up 120%. I can't even keep up with all of them. Myrna's almost 150, 160%. Moving up so fast. Roku's long. CRWD's long right now. ZS is long. If you're not in it, it's almost to target, which is gap fill. All right, CRWD target was here. There's a lot going on here, but look, target was here. All right, it came up, it hit target. See how it bounced right here on this candle? All right, see how, okay, here's a line, it's good. All right, here's a target. It came up, it went through it just a couple pennies, right? So you want to sell into this area here. All right, as it touched it, it pulled back, right? As soon as it breaks again, right here, you're going to take it long. Where are you going to target? Pivot low, gap fill, pivot high, pivot high. Targets are so easy. Amazon, we're looking for it to do the same exact thing right now. You can give me a gap down day any day of the week. I love it. I know what's going to happen. ZS long for gap fill, net long for gap fill, almost to target. Carvana is almost to pivot high. Carvana just fucking slammed. Sorry for my filthy mouth, but I love it. All right, target was here. It wicked through just a few pennies, right? We take profit there. As it comes down and pulls back through this high here, we're going to enter long again. It needs a solid break. What we're going to target at? Pivot, pivot, pivot. All right, and nobody show you that. Shit. Carvana. Carvana. Kick the button. Took the name, boy. Adobe, thank you very much. I'll take that. Roku kick a butt. Next target, pivot low on the 60 or pivot high 30. There's the next 15-minute candle. See right here, Carvana. It wicked through here. It had columns in this area. See, it wicked. All right, so it's just chopping this area. As soon as it breaks, I would have waited till it breaks here. All right, that's where we wait till it breaks. This wick here. It's long. Target here, 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 here. And you can see every time it comes to a point, it'll pull back some for ripping through. All right, that's why we target these pivots and we target these highs. All right, it's all this. Back out. All right, keep an eye on Tesla here. Keep an eye on Amazon. If they break the highs, long. I'm trying to show you this so you can do it yourself. You can enter it instantly. You don't have to wait on the. So look, this is it. This is everything right here. That's why the pattern, that's why I want to change my profile to this. Everything is this. This is that. All right. This is a pattern. This pattern is in everything. There. There. We're going to hit that here. Pull back up. We're going to hit that right here. 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 It's in everything. You know that pattern there? It's everything. Right here. It's a wave. It's a wave. I can't believe, or Tesla's long right now. Tesla's long. Space coming up, fixing to be long. Tesla is long. We're going to target pivot 15. SE's the target. Roku's kicking butt and taking names. Etsy's long again as it comes and breaks through that pivot high and retest on the 15, which is gorgeous. It's confirmation. Clean, clean, clean. CRWD's target a ticket on the 15. SC's moving, zooms along right this second as it retests and breaks through target pivot high on the 15 of the low. Myrna's long or add to it again. Almost 200%. I love these days. I love them. Where are we going? Pivot high 15. PMG style, the Texas style. Target $200. Love it. Easy. It's like child's play. It's like taking candy from a baby. Like taking candy from a baby. Look at this pattern right here. What is this? That's crazy. It's in everything. And anything. pattern is everywhere. If you can remember this pattern, you can see it in everything. All right. Now look, see as it goes down here, if it pulled back and come back down, it'd be here. Twelve minutes to flip. Oh, 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 oh.
Need to start dreaming about that pattern.
Yeah. Everybody should dream about that fact. I see it in everything.
Clorox puked.
Ooh. You should be on that thing. Take a look at it. It's the one that ran all day yesterday. HD coming down. I'm still in HD. I'm down on HD. That's one reason I'm not really big into swings, you know. I'm gonna sweat it out though. Let's see here. Clorox just. All right, now Clorox needs a hold support on this pivot. I'm gonna break and retest. If it breaks through 180, 185, it'll see 179. You see on the monthly and stuff like that, it's been dying. You know it could be a pullback right here, the downside. So if that's the case, we'll short it. We'll short it and take it on down. We're gonna be 144 on the monthly. There is a pivot high on the 4 hour. If it breaks and retests this level here, all right, we can see it go back up. We can easily take out both these candles here and go to new highs. We need to keep an eye on it here. It's a key level on it. And that 4 hour pivot is the same pivot right here on the 60. All right. So that's a key level. Right now, if you're short, that is the target. We need to see how it reacts to that level. Shot coming down a Momo shooter. Stuff's starting to pull back. We got a big doji on VIX. That's one reason things are starting to roll over. It's best if you're in something. I would go ahead and pull my stops up pretty damn tight on it and look for re-entry if you get stopped out. All right. Clorox, nice figure. All right, we got another one up on the 10% scan. Boom. It's a big old pullback on it though. Coming up, target's gonna be 40.11 on this thing, about $8 away, and then 52.70. We can see it's a former runner here, and every time it ran up, it gave back all its gains. So it can run. What it's saying is, yeah, we can run back to 52.70 here, but we're gonna give it all back in the same week. All right. I'm sure it's got some kind of news or something. If you pull this up, our patterns and the pattern will show us and everything. Everything and anything. Thumbs up, pulls back, going. When you hear that right there.
I shorted Roku off that pivot at 423.90.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's beautiful.
Nice. Shop's fixing to be short here too, guys. Let's take a look at Roku. Yep. Rejection. Yep. That's why the pivots are always our target.
It was beautiful. And you gave me that pivot thing yesterday, by the way, in the chat. So I actually put it on all my charts. I kind of like it. It's pretty cool. So.
Wow. That pivot study is money, man. Price reacts around that thing so much. Now, it's crazy. That's why we target the pivots, because we know what happens. There's three things that happen at these pivots. Price will break straight through it. It'll touch it, pull back, and then break through. It'll touch it, double top, and reverse. Three things that happen. Right here, it came up, broke through, which expanded the range. All right. Now we're looking to come back down, expand the bottom. Remember, there's three things that happen here. You had shorted it off the top here. All right, John.
Yeah, I shorted it right off. 423.90 is my entry. So right off of that pivot there, that's
Nice.
yeah, that pivot's 423.88. So right off that is whenever I saw that big wick on the candle right before it. So the 10:15 candle, I'm actually looking at the 3-minute, I'm sorry. So, but yeah, on my 3-minute chart, the 10:15 candle had a little wick there at the top, and I shorted on the way back down from that.
Now,
So,
do you keep VIX up?
no, I just keep SPY up, but I listen to your comments on VIX. So that's why I'm here, because you guys talk about it a lot and stuff. But no, I only watch 4 tickers a day. Main one is Roku, obviously, but I've got Myrna up, Nvidia, and Roku and Peloton. So those are my 4 that I'm watching today.
Yeah, like Peloton. There's a lot of movement there, but it's pretty consistent. Netflix come back down. All right, guys, we're fixing a short shop here. And the last 4 weeks we've been scalping, and this is exactly why we're not married to these plays. All right. When they hit a target, you get out. All right. You have to get out of it. And then on the pullback, back in direction, you re-enter. All right. We're not in a trending market. We can hold to these pullbacks to the upside because it's a trending market. Now, when it hits a target, you want to sell into it. All right. Don't get greedy. If you get greedy, you're gonna get caught. You're gonna be bag holding. All right. There's no reason for anybody to be bag holding anything. These targets are marked, they're clear, they're there for a reason. You take your money as it gets up to it. Just like Roku here, target, where was the target at? Pivot low, pivot high. All right. So look, we know price could pull back on the pivot here and break back through. Again, re-entry is on the break of this high right here. The pivot, there's the pack. The market we've been working with the last month, guys, is a scalping market. It's a scalper's market. All right, so Roku breaks this pivot, and really there's a pivot here on the 5-minute. I just now saw it. It's a break 426. So really don't want to touch it until it breaks 426. The reason being, price can come right back up there and touch it. Now,
yeah, I covered Roku at 420.50. So
nice, that's not bad.
Yeah, I covered at 420.50. So it was more of a scalp play than anything. But yeah.
Well, right now, Roku's long. We can play these sub plays with the target being here. So we can scalp. That's what I do with Amazon all the time. So it comes up, 2-2's back up, entries here, targets here. Just very small plays. You're literally catching this much.
With Peloton just skyrocketed right back up. My gosh, man, that candle on that 5-minute, ridiculous. Peloton, yeah, it was crazy. It looked like it was showing some weakness, and then all of a sudden it just popped right back up above that previous 5-minute.
So on these micro scalps, we can catch these 2-2s back up because the ticker's trending. The reason it bounced, we know, is because it hit this pivot here. So what we do is to scalp, what I do on Amazon, this little move here could be $10. So what I'm doing is I'm targeting this 2-2 entry here on the break of this candle, and my target is the pivot, not the high. And so I'll be able to pull just a little bit out of here. Now I wouldn't do it on this one because there's not enough money to be made. There are subs, but if there's $10 in this range here, I can easily scalp it. I'm just trying to show you how I do it. You gotta be quick. If you're not quick, you just don't mess with it. Come on.
The Dow diamonds are at the low of day.
There goes Tesla. Peton looks good. It needs to break those wicks by at least 20 cents. Amazon making a hammer. Back.
Roku hit that pivot point again to the penny and dropped $2.
Nice. Scalp it again.
I didn't get in it. I was too nervous. I thought it was going to break through to the upside, so I stayed away from it. But I should have now, hindsight. But man, that was perfect.
We got a lot of stuff just sitting there. Everything's kind of chopping at the moment. We got a lot of stuff inside. Bob is consolidated right in the lower 25%, which could signal a short here in just a second. Carvana is a big Momo hammer. If it breaks the top, it'll be long, pivot high or pivot low target. SQ's kind of flagging near the bottom. Baidu's chopping sideways. Shop's fixing to break here, but every time Shop comes down, it wicks. So let's see here. Baidu's chopping sideways. You see it as it starts to tighten. It's coiling here. Just a compound inside bar fiber. It's holding this pivot. If Baidu ever breaks this pivot, it's in trouble. It's currently 212 month. Target's going to be this pivot low, which is around 150, 149. Hopefully it doesn't break the downside. Let's take a look at the options and see where everybody's bets are at. We got open enters, 14. Got a bunch on the call side here. Dirt cheap, 2,300 on the 190 strike calls. Man, there's 16,000 on the put side. Next week, 175 strike. I think it's gonna die. You keep on Tesla here. It broke the upside inside currently. Amazon's got a Momo hammer followed by a inside candle. It could still fill that gap. You know, these strong tickers, anything that hasn't filled is the one we're going to target right now for gap fill. Alrighty. So right now, Amazon's pushed up. It's consolidating near the top 25% of this candle here, which is currently inside. The longer consolidation, the bigger break. That consolidation, it matters even 4 to 5 minute candle. It's not going to be as big as a consolidation break on the weekly, but it's equally as important. So Amazon breaks that 36.66 level a bit long. let's pull up Tesla right quick. I might have to get a hold of Zoom too. I tried to call, they wouldn't take my call. They're supposed to, I did put in a message for them to call me back or email me or something, so, see. Tesla's slowly coming back up. You see it consolidated here. It did break and went back in. It finally broke for the solid candle. Right now it's rejecting again at the top. If this thing keeps rejecting here, it could go back through range, back down to 620. So we're gonna keep an eye on Tesla here for a break or a pushback through range. Got a lot of stuff rolling back over. Adobe's chopping near the inside. Almost every ticker I'm looking at got some kind of chop rolling over. We're gonna look at shop here. And of course, stuff's coming down now because VIX is pushing up. I think it's important to have VIX up. You can kind of see what's going on with it. With the whole market, as well. Overall. Now we look at shop right here. It is a pivot low right here at 1450 range. If we look at the 5-minute here, it's expanding to the downside. So it's fixing to be short here. How long it'll go, I don't know. But we see right here, these pivots mark expansion. So there's major and minor pivot points, and each one can mark equal expansion. So when it expands, all it's doing is taking these stops out here. So of course, if it's going to go short here, you need to wait till it's at least 50 cents below this level here, if not $1.
Jerry,
Pretty
what's up with
strong.
HD?
HD, I'm still in HD. I'm down on HD.
Yeah, me
Currently
too.
inside the it's wicking near the base, so it's finding a little bit of support down there. So we'll see what happens. And that's the thing about swings, you just don't know. You don't know. I'll take a look at it here in a second, though. Right now, shop's 212. It could come down and see 1450. We don't know. Let's bring up HD. HD. Let's see if it's bouncing off a pivot somewhere. We do back up. There's a red candle here. We got down one, of course, with everything else. Trying to find a support zone for it. It's starting to curl up. I tell you what, if it breaks below 314, 84 might be a good idea just to get out of it. We're getting on the upside. Alert there. I'm watching it over here on the screen. We got a hammer last month, took it back up. It's starting to come back through range. It did reverse right here on the 4 hour back to the upside, starting to roll just a little bit. Let's see. Yes, it come back down. Shop just broke. It broke through 15 at retest. So some of these things are breaking down and retesting pivot low, which means they're going to go short here. So shop's going to be short. Target 1449. It's about $12 away. The problem is VIX being gapped up like that. You know, it could quickly fill that gap. If it does, it'll bring everything straight to the moon. That's why the best place happens first thing in the morning. There's a longer price chop, so harder it is to interpret. Space. Oh shit, FedEx broke. FedEx did look good this morning. FedEx going up. A lot of this stuff's rolling over because VIX is pushing up here. FedEx expanded off that pivot low, 4 hour. If it does, it can go right back to range. So we'll be watching FedEx here. Shop short here. Amazon, we can roll back, go down, 36.1. It's safer to let this thing break out of the range. Roku, Etsy coming down. Netflix is trying to come down. Target pivot for the low of the day. SQ trying to reverse on the 30. All right, let's pull up Roku. Roku touched 3 different times. They rejected. Currently inside 60 up near the top. Inside a month, it could break 212, go up 46. Man, they're all new highs. Right now, we can't do anything. Still scalp, but it's best to wait. HD needs to hold that 314.78 range. All right, we got Carve. Carve is starting to come back down. It's currently right smack in the middle of this candle set inside. That's exactly where you don't want to be. If it breaks 26.59, it'll be short though, and we'll target the base 12.63. Comes back over. We see it's a former runner, and every time it runs, it gets back its game. So what's happening? Right
Carvana.
No, it's CARV. Carve. I don't think it's optionable. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, you can buy comments for it. Carvana looks pretty good though. It's up near that. It tested that pivot high 15. It's still throwing a big hammer. It looks pretty good actually. Carvana does too. 15th, it breaks that pivot. If it breaks 318, the target will be 320. Consolidating right here near the top. And it's a really nice pattern on the higher time frames here. It's still in consolidation of 4 hour. It needs to break that. It's coming up. Here's a consolidation right here on the month. See it? Longer price consolidation, bigger the break. Consolidate for a while. On all fronts. Carvana is going to be long. Give it a few cents here. VIX needs to pull on down here. W rolling over. It should find support at 599.26. I showed all of them except for one. Playing on some house money. Still up 8.4%. That's about the only thing I'm lifting except for HD. I did carry a shop overnight. I was down pretty good on that one. Open though. I let it pull up and sell out north the top. I was still down on it. It was risky. That's one reason I get to say it. I didn't say anything about it. You hold overnight, it's always a gamble. All right, Tesla's trying to do a hammer back up. No. Tesla's is gonna be long. If you're not in it, wait till it has a solid green candle. It's breaking out here. Target's gonna be pivot low, 642.60. VIX is starting to pull back, so everything that came down should start to hammer back up. BA is gonna be long. BA is long again. Add to it. Keep an eye on Roku. See, when VIX comes back down and starts to fill that gap, the whole market will shoot up. That's why it's important to have VIX up. We need to have it up. And the market's real dirty, boy. They're so dirty about shaking out weak hands. All right, Tesla's gonna be long. Wait till it has a solid green candle. I went ahead and took a piece. I'm gonna target the 642 range, 646, 647. Where she go? We also need to pull space up. It's been really strong today. It's forming a hammer. SPCA. YouTube back up. Look at that. Then this has got a big red candle on the weekly. It's got a lot of room to push back up here. It's held support at 42.67 for a while. So SPCE breaks 47.15. It'll be long, so it's long right this second. We're going to target 47.56. These are cheap ones. Tesla's long right now. All right, we need to keep an eye on Roku and Etsy. We'll break the same play. Pervana is inside right now. If it breaks the upside, it'll be long. SPCE is going to be long. Wait till it goes solid green here. If you're not in it, target's going to be 47.62, 72, 84, and then new highs. Found Merlin Novaks. We keep on Docu too. Docu's been pretty strong on the day. Myrna, same thing. When it breaks 232.44, actually give it about 60. It'd be long. Docu's fixing to break. It's been a strong ticker today. It needs to break the top. So Docu needs a break. It's safer if it breaks this pivot here. Set it below it. 2935. I know what, Zoom needs to fix this one. Send another message.
What's the target on BA 232?
Let me see here. It's going to be that pivot low 15. It's going to be, hang on, I'll give it exactly to you. 231, 68, 232. Do you have a pivot study on your thing? I think it's, hang on, I'll pull it up. I
Yeah,
can't
I
see
do.
that.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, so the pivot low and then gap fill. Targets on it.
Actually, on BA, you got the prior day low first before that, Jerry.
Okay, those. Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, so first target's going to be, just like Corey said, 230.53, 231.11, and then gap to 231.51.
There's actually a pivot on that 15 to the left of that, about the same spot where that prior day low is.
Nice. Yeah, so we always, yeah, so anytime you see a pivot, it's going to be target.
Corey, I was beginning to think you took the day off today or something. I hadn't heard from you.
Oh, me?
No, Corey.
Oh,
I'm not as fast as Jerry, so I'll spend while this going, spend more time focusing. There's only one Jerry.
Bob here, Jerry.
How you doing, sir?
We seem to be still down in this gap down area. I know some of the stocks seem to be trying to come up, but how do we know, like, what would be the trend or daily or whatever it is, hourly, weekly, where we would know we're solidly moving back up to where we were? Like,
Yeah.
because I don't want to get caught, in a stock that looks like it's coming up, and then, of course, it just drops, right?
Yeah. So we look at the 4-hour first and the daily, weekly. Anything that's making higher highs and higher lows consistently is trending. So if we can see that consistently, then we would know that we're back in a general direction, the trending market. A lot of stuff's kind of chopping on the higher time frames, and also just the overall market, the way the market reacts as a whole. Here lately, it's if you look at all these tickers on the 60 or the daily, they're just in a huge compound inside bar. Now the range is large enough that we can trade it, but it's still choppy as long as it stays in that range. But we need to look for that. It needs to get outside of the current pivot high and the pivot low, and it needs to break through that and start making a new high. But yeah, that's going to be the key. That's going to be the key is a new pivot or the new highs and the new lows consistently. And that's about it. I don't know when that'll be. Hopefully it happens pretty soon. But as long as it's doing that, it's it's just we just got to scalp it. We can't be in anything very long. We got some clean targets, but and some days it's pretty smooth, but again, it's still choppy as a whole. Like even test and stuff. If you look on the month and you see it's kind of moving sideways or it's coiling or something, then it's just we're not going to be trended. So we got to adapt to the way the market's behaving. And here lately, even though there's tickers making good moves and stuff like that, we can't be on very long. It's safer to the less time the less time that you're in these tickers, the less risk that you have. Right. So I try to target in the markets like this. I try to target the bigger tickers with a higher ADR or ATR, so that I'm not in them as long. So say Shop, Amazon, some of these bigger tickers, in one candle, it's possible that it moves $3 or $4, even as much as 10. So if we move $10 in a 5-minute candle, then I don't need the whole $10 move. I just need a piece of it. I just need $4 or $5 out of it. And there's less risk because I'm not even getting close to target. The smaller tickers, it's harder to make a lot of money. You can still make money with the smaller ones. But again, we're using the same strategy. It's just a smaller ATR. We can't hold to the pullbacks because a pullback in a trending market would, push in the direction of the trend. But in the market that we're in the last month, a pullback could be a sort of reversal. And during the first pullback, in the trend market, of course, we want to hold our winners as long as possible. But the way the market is, if you hold to that first pullback, normally you'll be down just a little bit, and then it kicks back up. As soon as it goes back green, you'll add to your position. Everything's great. But if we're holding through that first pullback, it reverses now. Now we're at a bigger loss. So it's easier to hold through them in a trending market. So now we try to be out. I try to be out before it even starts to pull back because it's just so volatile. And every once in a while we'll get in one, and it's pretty strong. You can judge the strength of the trend also by the size of the pullbacks. And here, I'll pull this chart up here so we can kind of, so I can kind of draw on it. And I'll show you for people that don't really know what I'm talking about. The size of the pull pack determines the strength of the trend. And the candle size also determines it. You know, so if you're pushing up, you have to look at the bodies and the wicks. So in a strong market, the candles will start to increase, the bodies will start to increase in size, right? And sometimes you'll start to see them get smaller, and you know that price is getting ready to pull back or reverse or just slow down. Once it gets to this point here, it can start to cup, all right, or roll over. But as far as the pullbacks go, you know, in a strong market, when you see a pullback, it'll be small. It'll be around 30%. You know, so this is the pullback. This right here, right? And it's measured from here to here. The V. The V is the pullback. This area here. So say price breaks this. All right, it comes back, it touches, all right, and then goes up. That's about a 50% pullback, right? And then say we have, it breaks the pivot, it comes back and don't even get close, right? It's about a 31 to 25% pullback. That's a stronger trend than this one because the pullback is not as deep, and the pullback is here. Okay, pullback. So strong pullback, weaker pullback. Now you can also judge the strength of a pullback if it starts to pull back greater than 50%. So that's how you determine the strength of a trend, is that the size of that dip in the pullback. So. And also you got to count the candles itself tells a lot. You know, if you're seeing candles with no wicks as opposed to candles with wicks. Right? So a strong uptrend, you don't want to see any. And also as a candle comes up, so you have solid candles, and all of a sudden it starts to wick, and the wicks start to get larger. All right, there's more selling pressure on that candle. So the next candle comes up, right? It wicks at the same area, but it's a penny lower. All right, so now it's looking like this. That's your first indication that there's a problem. All right, and that you need to take your stops and pull them up pretty tight. You need to pull them up to the closest candle, the closest support level, because this thing could start to reverse on you, or at least pull back as exhaustion gets close. And say it pulls back, and now you're like, you get stopped out. Well, that's no big deal. You've locked in profits. Now, if it starts to pull back up over this range, it needs to clear these wicks by at least 20 cents. And after 11 o'clock, it needs to clear them by 50 cents to $1. All right. And you also want to take a look at the volume as well. You want to see it break. And when you see it break, you don't want to see, before you see it hit the send button, you don't want to see any kind of wicking. So if you see it and it starts to pull back and then it goes solid, then it pulls back and goes solid, there's some hesitation there. When it breaks a level, you want to see a solid candle and you want to see some strength there. So, you know, it takes me about 5 or 6 seconds to get into something. If I call it and I look back and it's wicking at all, I will not send it. So I don't just push the button blindly. I'm looking. And again, you know, what I do is, you know, it's what I do, and it's just I'm not telling you what to do, but there's a couple things that you can do to increase your chance of success from getting stopped out. So there's 3 things. First, there's you don't take it all. Don't ever take anything I say. You know, if I call something, look at it. Look at what I'm doing and where stuff is in relation to entry. Try to understand why I'm doing it, how I'm doing it. All right, that should be the first thing. If you decide it looks good to you and you want to try to take it, you can always take it when it pulls back. Okay, and then enter on the high before the pullback. Secondly, we're gonna take it on a pivot break. You'll wait until it retests the pivot, and then you'll take it as soon as it crosses the high. All right. Sometimes we'll be taking the 2-2s back up through range. All right. So if we see a 2-2 on the 60 and we're trying to take it, or the 30, we're always going to look on the 5-minute for confirmation. So on the 5-minute, we want to see at least one pullback to the upside that confirms the reversal of the trend, or the continuation. So if we want a continuation, we want to see that pullback to the upside. And then there'll be clear targets. So, if I'm trying to take Tesla here back to the upside, it starts to pull back here, right? So that's the start of what I believe to be a reversal, because I can't see all this stuff here, right? So if this is on the 30, then on the 5-minute, I want to see a pullback, a push higher. And it's even better if I see two of those. All right, it's confirmation. It's making higher highs and higher lows, and we know that the reversals of trend always is going to happen on the lower time frames first. Shopify is short here, so you want to see that. You got to see that's the secret. I always wondered what the secret was for confirmation and a reversal of trend or continuation, and the secret is look for the pullback. That pullback tells you everything. You can get some indication by volume if you can read it. And there's a book and resources by M3A. It tells you about volume analysis and reading volume at price. It's a good indicator. But man, if you just look for the pullback on the 5 minutes, all you need. All right. But for the trend, for it to be a new trend, it needs to create new highs, new lows, or new lows and new highs or low highs. Shopify is short here, guys. So 2-2 reversal, also one candle. We're looking for a reversal of trend. We're gonna be looking for we're gonna look for the continuation on the 5-minute, pullback's the direction of change. Another rule is this is gonna be one candle. We want it to be at least 25% from the base for a long, 25% from the top for a short. So what I'll do is I'll pick, when I'm looking at a reversal, I'll look for the closest resistance zone for a long. All right. And it's going to be probably greater than 25%. And I do that because I'm going to look for the most candles stacked in that zone on a 5-minute, because it needs to break through that resistance to go higher. All right. So I'm not just randomly picking a number. I'm looking for the closest resistance, the strongest resistance, as close to entry as I can. And that way I can take advantage of that whole move. All right. If I say 50%, and it crosses the 50%, but then resistance is 20 cents higher, it could shoot up, touch resistance, and come right back down. So everything I do is for a reason. There's nothing random about what I do. So there's different rules to it. 2-2, at least 45% above the base. To me, it's one candle. I want a higher high, higher low on the 5-minute. So confirmation for reversal trend. I'm going to pick the closest resistance on the 5-minute chart, all right, as a semi-pivot. All right, so resistance zone that needs a breakthrough. So it needs to have a strong enough. It needs to be strong enough to break through it. All right, and you can even wait. If you want some insurance, let it break that and then retest that zone. All right. So a pivot. There's a major and a minor pivot. The major pivots are going to be marked in the green and the red. The minors, a minor pivot is any candle that has two lows that follow or two up candles that follow. That's a pivot. So a pivot needs to have at least two down candles. This would be a minor pivot here. So you got a candle high and two lows. All right. And for a low, it needs two up candles. So here's a minor pivot low.
So conversely, Jerry, how do we know that we're not just going to be continuing this downtrend for another few days?
We don't. We have no idea. And
what
that's
would
why
be our signs. What would be the signs of more downtrend?
it starts to break pivots. All right. So if we're on, let me read this. Is there a certain ticker you may look at, or
Well, yeah,
There's-
you could go with like
think-
Tesla or NVDA or BA, well, whatever, it doesn't matter.
all right? Well, we'll just look at Tesla.
You can
then.
refer back to or yeah, refer back to Qs and spies and see what they're doing. I think that will, in general, tell you what the plan is for the market.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
Yeah, I would agree with SPY.
yeah. There you go. I mean, I don't know. I day trade, so I just see what's in front of me. I don't really. It's one reason I stay away from swings. There's just too many variables. It could continue, every time frame it's its own pullback. If you see a strong uptrend, all of a sudden it starts to pull back, then usually it'll stop when it hits a pivot. If it breaks the pivot, then more than likely it's going to push down to the next pivot. I don't know. I guess these guys are saying, look at SPY and QES. I don't know, to be honest with you. Corey may have the answer. He's been trading for a while. He's a very intelligent guy.
The secret is to subscribe to Spot Gamma. Spot Gamma show you, just like today, if the SPY's below 430, the market makers are shorting. If above 430, they're going to go long. So the market makers have to be delta neutral. Right now, it's below 430, so they're going to be selling it until it gets above 430.
Space is long here, guys, or add to it if you're in it. Space was a cheap one. I'm trying to look at some of these smaller tickers for people. Spaces have got a beautiful 2-2 backed up on the 30. Next target's pivot high 60. Yeah, thanks, Corey. I don't know. I started trading March of last year. I don't know a lot.
Well, you do a phenomenal job of the best is like Jerry, get in and out. Don't worry about the long term. But if you are looking at long term, subscribe to a service called Spot Gamma. What this guy does is he takes all the deltas off of every on the S&P and the Qs or whatever stock you want to trade, and he'll show you where it's convergent of where the market makers are either going long or short in order to keep themselves hedged.
Novax is trying to break here, guys. If it breaks 195, it'd be long. Thank you so much, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Corey.
Yeah, if there's anybody got questions, there's somebody in this room that's got answers. BA's long again. Still target pivot 15.
And with that being said, some of the mistakes I made, Jerry's an unbelievable trader, but if you're also sitting there trying to trade and you're sort of frustrated, a lot of times where I've made my mistakes, you spend too much time on the lower time frames. Go up to the Qs on a daily, go up to the SPY on the daily and look at it. It's a doji. It's just sitting there doing nothing. So if you're like a salmon going upstream, trying to fight it right now until that breaks some kind of that doji, it's just sitting there. And so an S&P 500, all the 500 stocks, are, if they're following the doji are there. And the same thing is on the Qs. And that's why if you look on the 5 minute, it's just like Jerry would show you, it's one chop.
Yeah, IWM breaking higher.
Nice. Space is still on here. Add to it, guys. Keep an eye on Novax for a long.
What about Myrna?
Myrna needs to break the high on the 15. Watch Novax, because if Novax breaks, Myrna will break as well. It'll quickly come up. Myrna will quickly come up as well as it takes those stops out and stack those back together. Let me pull it up. I'm watching everything on these big screens. I love it. Novax leads. Sometimes Myrna leads. It led this morning. Now it looks like Novax is trying to lead. Myrna needs to break this consolidation here. So it needs to break 232.60. Right now it's just chopping sideways. Yeah. Yes, sir. If you got it in space, y'all should be making money. For people that's got the smaller accounts. Don't be greedy. Take your
Oh
damn
wow,
money.
Peloton just made a huge candle.
Yeah. So anybody that took space this morning, your target's 49.30. All right. You don't want to pull money at 49.40. You want to be pulling at 49.30. because it can bounce on this pivot and then pull back in reverse. It can pull back and then go through it. It's possible to shoot straight through it, right? If you have a small account, I suggest taking the profits along the way. Just focus on growing it. Small ones add up. Don't be greedy. You will give it back. As soon as price bounces and comes against you, what happens is you give up the spread instantly. And I don't know what the spread is on it. But let's say it ain't too bad, 10 cents. But you're losing $10. NVIDIA's chopping right here. It's compound inside bar on the 15er. And it's smack in the center. It's running right in the center. Okay. Also, it matters where these inside candles are, guys. All right. So I know where it's at on the 5 minute, but you can see a little bit better on the 60. Let me pull it up. All right. So it matters exactly where the consolidation is. If you look at NVIDIA here, it's smack in the center, and it's a doji. So when I say it's smack in the center, it's smack in the center. You do not be anywhere near this thing. You know, if it breaks the high and goes green, your target will be here. And if you look right here, there's a pivot. It came up and bounced. That's why we always target the pivots. All right. You want to sell before it gets to it. Right. You want to sell into the strength. If you think, oh hell, it's strong, it's going to break through that pivot, and it don't break, then you're down. So, in this type of market, it can't be greedy. You got to take the money and go. And then when it breaks the high again, then you re-enter. It needs to break the pivot, which is the high of the scan about at least 20%.
I'm just asking, did he have his treat yet? What?
All right, BA's long if you're in it, guys. It's a beautiful TTO back to the upside. There goes HD. I still have faith in HD. I don't know why. Novax is long, and then watch for Myrna to go up too. BA target the 15. Consolidation break 15. The upside. See it consolidate here. Each time it goes, you can add to it. Target's not very far away. You get a break through there. You can see pivot high though. Amazon, what you doing? Oh, here goes FedEx. FedEx looks really good. It looks strong this morning. Filling that gap right this second. FedEx is long. Breaking that pivot low. Next target is 295.58. Or we could target actual gap fill. 295. Open to say again. Yeah. I need to put that pivot study in the Discord. All right, anybody that wants this pivot study, I'm going to post it in the chat. And I turned some stuff on in Zoom last night. Space is still running here, guys. I hope y'all got in it. Let's see here. There we go. Pivot studies in the chat. Anybody that wants it. Thank you, Brandon, for helping with the chat. Oh, thanks, Max, for posting that. I'm just now looking at the messages, guys. Pen. Hey, and if you ever want me to see something, I don't see it in the chat immediately. Just break in and ask. I'll help you. I don't want to delay if you want to look at something. Space is at target here, pulling profits right now on it. And then if it breaks back through the pivot and goes higher, then you can re-enter. It'll pull back pretty sharp here, I guarantee it. PN's on a downtrend on the higher time frames here. You know, it's pushing up and retesting the daily right now. If it retests the daily and fails to break out at $73, it can go lower. And if you look at the month, it's in a major downtrend. On the week, it's a major downtrend. It's making lower lows and lower highs. It is coming up on the day, though. You got to give it that. At 73 level is key. It needs to break that 73 level. If it can't break 73, what it'll do is it'll bounce and go lower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert at there's resistance right here at 72.20. So I'm going to put an alert right below that. If it breaks through there, it can come on back down and get back all this. You go to green and red move today. I don't want to know about it if it fails.
You got the VIX moving down now too.
Nice. I'd love to see a gap fill, boy. That would make everything go skyrocketing. All right, let me pull up Amazon here because it could PMG right now on this 15-minute weekly comeback third. Amazon's gonna be long right this second, and it's gonna be targeted at 36.66. Yeah, $6. Oh no, it's $9 move right here. All right, we get in here. We're gonna target. We only need a piece of it. On these staff cycles right here, a lot of times I will buy them a little bit in the money. I know what's gonna happen. Thanks for that VIX. That VIX is so important. HD is actually rolling. I'm going to add to my HD right now as well. So if you're holding HD, if you want to wait till it breaks 317.80 or 318, it's safer.
Got it. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Amazon. Dirty dogs. Do. Stuff on Amazon, 36.49. I put my stops based on the actual stock price, not the contract price. I set alert on them. It's just easier for me. When I first enter a stock too, it's always one with just one contract. I don't personally use a hard stop because it can be so volatile. If it has a sharp drop down, it'll stop you out instantly, only for it to turn and go in your direction. So I'll stop out myself. So once alert or something's triggered, I'll look at it. I'll dive into it and look at it a little bit deeper before just randomly pushing the button. Shop trying to go back down with a Momo True. All right, now shop is at the base of this pivot here. Shopify can move so much, man, so much. Tell you what, if it breaks through 1450, it's gone. Now, the reason some of these tickers are pulling back now is because the VIX is pulling back. A little shakeout.
Yeah, VIX just bounced off the VWAP too, going down.
I gotta keep watching that VWAP. Something new. I'm not used to watching it just yet. All right, let's pull up space right quick. This is why it's so important to pull profits as it gets to target, especially in the market that we're dealing with right now. You want to pull it as it gets close. So let's pull this one up here. Now it can find support on that pivot on the 5 minute and then go back higher. And you would, you should have been taking profits as it got to this point here, right? You should have been out. So it came close to target and pulled back. And that's one reason we want to sell as it gets to it. That's exactly why. So target was here. You want to be selling as it gets close. You don't want to sell it when it gets to it. Right now it's pulling back on the 5 minute. So it looks like this. There is a pivot low. I don't know exactly where it's at. So it can retest the pivot low on the 5 minute and then continue to go back up. You still want to wait to re-enter until it breaks the pivot high. Reason being, it acted as resistance here. It could act as resistance again. Pretty good ticker. It was $6 today. Inside 15 up near the top 25%. It needs to clear that wick, and the reason being, when it comes up to that wick, it can pull right back down. So it needs to be strong enough to break through that. Now look, if it breaks through the pivot, all right, if it breaks through this pivot, the next target is at 55, under $6 away. I am still in Amazon.
Yeah, that Amazon 5 minute bar was a little tough to handle. Hanging on though.
Yeah. I got faith in it. I still think it comes up to 630, 665. If it breaks through there, man, it can really run here. All right, VIX has come back down. It should send us back up.
Yeah, no, I keep waiting for the ES futures to get over 43.04. That's like kind of my pivot, and I'm hoping everything takes off after that.
I know. I'd love to see VIX gap fill today. If it does, then we keep an eye on SPY for it to get fill as well. SPY's pretty cheap. Oh, see right now on SPY, it's consolidating near the base here. It is starting to make a higher high. And that'd be negative of the VIX coming down. Space goes inside up, it'll be long again. Let it break the pivot. Or if you're still in it, if you're still holding, guys, you want to add to it there. When you keep an eye on net as it goes 2-2 back up, it'll be entry as it breaks the day's high. Also on ZS, it broke the 15 pivot to come back down and retest. All right. BA is going to be long again. We're still aiming at that pivot on 15. Slowly moving. It's moving. All right, guys. SPY's going to be long right now. SPY's long. These are cheap. Target's 433.84. It's a $3.50 move for SPY. It's pretty damn good. Better get you, John. Better get you a piece of that.
Jerry, look at Facebook and look at, I don't care, look at the 15. That's why it's so important to have the daily open on your chart. It can't, it's like a pivot. It can't get through it.
On what's that?
Facebook. I said, look at the open. Well, it's important to have that as a line on your chart, the open. It's acting like a pivot. It can't get through it.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it could definitely break through there now.
I mean, that's a major pivot to have on your charts.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely a place to be aware of for sure. Yes, sir. Spy's long here, guys. Spy is long. Space is long again too. Yeah, Facebook. Yeah, that is definitely acting as a resistance for sure. Without a doubt, 100% is acting as resistance. Right now, it's consolidating. It's just a compound inside bar. Could it break through there? It could. It could break through there. Right now, not. Tell you what, though, if it breaks 346.26, it'd be long. BA's almost a target here. HD come back up. I hope you added to it, guy. Amazon, give me my damn money. Quit playing with me.
Yep, added
Yeah.
to HD.
Nice. Yeah, maybe get a better price on it too, and then I start bringing that loss to a win. Of course, the first target on it's going to be that 320 zone. The long range come back up. 202 reversal on the 30. And same thing. This is that same pattern we play at open even. So let's take a look at it. H. All right, market open here. It went up. All right, we'll take profits or whatever they're going to do on it. Come back down. We take it as soon as it crosses here for a short. It rolls over. All right, look for reversal. We take it when it crosses right here. Confirmation on the 5 minute to change the trend. And the target will be here, 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 here. Overall target will be the daily high. And then gap fill. And if there's any kind of low line fruit, that would be target as well. So these candles here would be first target, this one, and then gap fill, and then of course pivot high. Because that could act as resistance as well. And I know that from experience in watching charts. And if you trade, you know what these levels are. And for some people that they talk about how to play gaps and they don't play them. They don't actually play them or have skin in the game. They don't know this kind of stuff. They don't know the details. And especially for the gap ups, they'll fill about 50% and then come back up. And if you played them, you would know that. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm just saying, you know. Screen time is so important. Raise your hand if you took space.
I did.
Yep, I'm in it.
Nice.
Jerry, I added on HD. How did you know HD was going to keep moving up?
Because I'm a badass.
Rockin' space.
I'm just kidding. Nice. Yeah, space is a good one. Well, because the higher time frame, you know, you got to have experience looking at these charts. You kind of know the overall trend of these things. So volume started picking up on it for one. It found the base on the 5 minute. So we look at the 5 minute here. Remember, the reversal is always, you're always going to see the reversals on lower time frames first. So if we're looking at reversal on the week, we're going to see it first on the 4 hour. If we're looking at a reversal on the 30-60, we're first going to see that on 5 minute. Aggregates from there. So if we look at this, I'll show you. I wasn't trying to be smart. I was just saying a lame joke. It wasn't real for you. I'm just an idiot half time. Sorry. I didn't mean to be a fancy abrasive person. But it starts to cup. If you look at it, see it start to slow down. The bodies are getting smaller as it goes down, then it starts to wick. Right? That first wick, and then it made it higher low here is the first sign there's a problem. So it based down, it's slowly making a higher lows here. All right. So as it comes up, we want to see a break really at this level here. That's the major resistance right here. So it extends from here. All right. And if we was to draw this as one candle, this is what I say all the time for all time frames. This is one candle here. Now to take a reversal, we want to be at least 25% above the base. All right. Our inches are not random. This right here is the closest resistance. All right. It's above 25% from the base of this candle. And we have a reversal of trend because we're starting to get higher lows. We're getting pullbacks and higher highs. All right. So that's the first indication we're going to go long, right? It's setting up, our rules are met. It broke the resistance, right? So it broke through, it came back to retest it. We've already know at that point, but it retested, and the trend is actually pretty strong. Now, again, our first target's going to be the high. All right. When we get there, we can see it kind of flatline and start chopping. All right. And then from there, when it breaks out again, we're going to target pivot low and then gap and then here. It's just the same thing over and over and over. And plus the overall trend on it, they're not going to let Home Depot die. We know that. They're not going to let it die. And plus, as high as the prices are on wood, it ain't going nowhere.
Looks like VIX is starting to puke now.
Yeah. So it'll be another entry on SPY as soon as it goes back green. Space, every time it goes up here, add. It needs to be solid green, let it and then add to it. Shop looks like it might be trying to find a base here as well on the 15 minute. Right now on HD 15, it broke through the pivot. It needs to come back and retest it, looks like. So let's pull the 15 up here. It did break that, which is a good sign. Now, let me show you on this 15 here because there's a few things that happen. It's like playing 4 and 5 and 6 D chess. These pivots act as expansion zones. Now, they don't teach that anywhere that I'm aware of. The price expands on these things. Right? And what that means to us is price can push up, pull back down. All right. It can whip back down just a hair. And then you continue to trend. So why I say that is because price when it wicks down, it's not a sign that it's failed. It's just an area to be aware of. You want to be aware of what can happen, what does happen at these zones. If it does start to break down though, if you weren't in it for the long haul, it would just exit position. The closest resistance now is right here on this level. All right, so that would be your stop. If it breaks below this right here, there's a problem. Now, when you look across, you want to try to line up as many openings, closes, wicks as you possibly can. The more you line up, the stronger this support resistance level is going to be. So we broke through the pivot. Now we want to see a retest. All right. It don't have to retest. It can just keep going. And if it's strong enough trend, it won't get close. The retest signifies strength in this thing. So if it retests and holds in this area, it can wick through a little bit, then we'll see this. Yeah. But it's just cups. So you want to look for that cup. And that goes for any tube too. If you look at it, you can see it. Here's the weekly. This thing was a ripper, right? Now watch. It comes up and starts to curl, all right? But if I extend the pivot, this is a weekly, and remember, the only thing that separates these is time and money. So if I took away the week here, you wouldn't know if this is a 5-minute chart, a 1-minute chart, a week, a year, a month, 15. You wouldn't know. And the reason I say that, if you can think about it like this, it's important. If you can think about it, that there's no time that differentiates this. All the patterns are the same. All right, this pattern is the same for all of them. It's the same. The only thing that separates them is the time, all right, and the price. And when I say time, well, one on the 5-minute is going to be quicker than it is on the weekly, or the weekly takes longer to aggregate and to move. It's the same, right? And with day trade, we want it to happen now. On a week, same thing happens. It's just slower, right? But if you know the pattern, you know where it's going. Are we gonna get pullbacks on this right here? Yeah, absolutely. Because every time frame it's some pullback. Ultimately, if we look at the 5-minute, right? If you look at the 5-minute, the same thing we're just looking at. All right. It bases. We got a pullback on the 4-hour right here. We catch it 25% above this candle. So really, this is one candle, just like we looked at the 5-minute. We're 25% above the base. We're going to look for the pullback. There's one. There's two. All right. We've got the most strength on this level right here. Right here. There's more touches here. All right. One candle. The rule is 25% above the base at least. It needs to break through the strongest resistance level in this zone, and it does. And we've got reversal of trend. We've got higher highs and higher lows. We're coming up this huge red candle, which is absolute freaking money. That's money. All right, it should quickly come up through there. Our target's going to be pivot high. You can target the body and then the high. And as it gets up to this price here, we're going to sell it. All right. Now, if you want to hold it, it should act as this zone here should act as support. If you want to hold it and let it bounce, knowing that it can come through that zone just a hair and then go up, you can. And then we target all-time highs. Now, if we look on this weekly chart here, where this pivot is here and this pivot here, that's consolidation. I'm not drawing it good enough. Look, this is consolidation. So if you realize the market is just accumulation, distribution, and rest, you'll see it as a 2 as it breaks out of this level right here. Right, it's important. As it breaks out of this level here, you see a big, huge candle, and then it rips. All right. It has a major pullback, which is here, and now it's coming back through trend. It's pretty strong. All right. So consolidation, it breaks on this candle, and the trend is strong because the pullback doesn't even get close to retesting the pivot. It actually comes to, if you measure this pullback here, it's less than 50%. It's 50% of this. It's actually 25% or even less. It's a strong uptrend. I like the major pullbacks. They're better because there's more range to get back there. Right. And that's how we focus on the daily and the 4-hour, these big pullbacks. If you're in space, you should be out of it. If you're still in it, you want to see if it'll bounce off this 15-minute there. There's if you're still in it, let it see if it'll hold 48.60.
Hey, Jerry. You know how Rob, when he gets mad, he says, "Sit your country ass down." You have a little bit of a country twang. Maybe the country strat traders.
We're the yeehaw traders, boss. Yeah. We're the yee group.
I'm wondering if you or anyone else in the group has any suggestions on setting stop losses if I can't actively watch the chart, but I'm in a trade.
Tim is he's got some really good videos on setting up some orders for that kind of stuff. But you could set an active trader. you can set a stop loss or maybe like a trailing stop loss or something.
Yeah. I mean, do you have like a percent or anything you would trail it by?
It's not really a percentage.
Uh-huh.
The stop is at, if you can relate the actual stock price to the option price, I can tell you exactly where to set your stop, and there's no guessing it.
Okay.
Because your stop should be set at the closest resistance minus 10 cents. Because if we just set a random number and then your resistance is 3 cents below it and it holds resistance there, you're gonna be upset when it goes back and in a trend.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll do that. Yeah, we can relate the underlying stock price with the stop. But I guess the only sometimes danger with that is contract prices move a lot. So
Yeah, exactly. You could always give it, you can, it's hard, it's
Yeah.
hard to manage one when you're not looking at it.
yeah.
It depends, when I get in the money, when I get pretty good in the money, I'll set a hard stop,
Okay.
VA broke through target, guys. Next target's pivot high. SPY's still long here, better add to it. So, even on HD right now, the stop's gonna be at 317.50. 10 would probably be, I don't know. Corey, do you have any advice for him?
Not really. I mean, the only thing you can do is set a trigger. One
Yeah.
cancels the other, and
The other
then
thing-
and then adjust it as time goes on. It's sort of hard.
The other thing is in the active trader, the stop loss, make sure it's set on bid and ask instead of standard or market. Then it'll make some of a difference, but if the spread is wide, you're gonna get beat anyways. But if you put on bid and ask versus market or standard, it'll trigger faster.
Okay.
And then also make sure that you're on direct routing also.
Direct routing. Oh, how do I do that?
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Jerry,
Oh, you mean
I'm at
Kevin?
work. No, yeah, if you could please.
Yeah,
I know you
so
do
you
many
log in
times.
oh, I'm sorry. To do direct routing, you log into your TD Ameritrade website on desktop, laptop, whatever, or even maybe mobile. Yeah, you gotta do it on desktop. You go to client services, and then I think it's general. You go to the bottom right hand of your screen, and you'll see direct routing. It's disabled. You need to enable it, and man, it will shave seconds off of your entry, your exits.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It's a big difference. I mean, I highly recommend anybody that's got TOS to enable direct routing immediately.
I'll do that right now. Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, guys. BA broke through target. Next target's gonna be the pivot high here. SPY's, you should be in SPY right now if you got a smaller account, guys. Easy money. Target's $3 away. First target 431.
No, notice how it broke 430. Now they're buying, referring to the market makers in order to be delta neutral.
Nice. It's above VWAP too. Let's take a look at Facebook. Facebook should be breaking on account of gap fill VIX. Yep. So Facebook's long here too, guys. Make sure it's on the right ticker here. Also, we need to keep an eye on SE. It's trying to come up pivot machine gun style. Facebook still hasn't broke it, but it's trying to. It'll be long when it breaks 346.30. Next push on Amazon. I'm gonna be out of Amazon here. SC, we need to watch it right quick. If space, if you're selling space, it comes back up and it fails to make a new high here, cut it instantly at the top. Instantly. All right, guy, on HD, see how it was a break and a retest on the 15-minute? I'll pull it up in a second. Right now, we got a trend happening on SE. All right, it could PMG and quickly come up to 264. All right, it's a break and a retest on the 4-hour, which I'm not crazy about. The only thing is we can play these tickers just because it runs stops. This is not one you want to be in for a long time. Let's see here. It's about $2, about a $2 or $3 move here. So it's long right this second, but You only get 2 or 3 blocks out of it. I guess that's okay. All right, HD, let's look at the 15-minute right quick. HD. All right, we broke. Now look, yes, you can break and retest all in one candle. This one did take a couple, but it came up. It retested, and if we was to zoom in on this right here, this is why I say there's price expansion. There is price expansion on these, and I don't think anybody understands it. And the only way you would see this is with springtime. So if you look at this candle right here, it does pull through that pivot by just a penny. That's it. It hit it by 1 penny, and it expanded. Right? It expanded just a little bit. Right? And if you have your stop dead nuts on that, you've been stopped out. And that's why we set our stops at key levels. All right. There's a support right here, and it's 10 cents below that, because even on support resistance level, Amazon, thank you very much. Now I'm still Amazon. I'm going to be kind of greedy here, which probably could bite me in the ass. I'm still Amazon. Let's look at a strike and just catch that right quick. I guarantee there's other people trying to fill in right now. Price expands on support resistance just as well as it expands on the pivot high and the pivot low. AC's trying to come back up too, keep back up.
When you have a minute, will you talk about how you made money on Shop, even though it was really spready?
Oh, yeah.
Is it just because you were buying at the market and then joining the ask?
Yeah, exactly. I'll bring it up. All out of Amazon here. I'll look for re-entry back in. I hope we get a retest on this key level here. SPY, y'all should be up on some money on SPY. Space has come back up. Let me bring Space back up in case you're still in it, guys. This is my 2-time rule. If it comes up the second time here and it fails to make a new high, all right, which means, I need to show you quickly. If it comes up and it don't make a new high here, you need to cut it instantly while it's in the top of the range, because it's doing a couple things here. Of course, we want it to make a new high. All right, so here's your line here. If this thing comes up, makes a lower high, you need to cut it instantly, because what it's going to do is going to come back and then start chopping through range. You can re-enter when it breaks these candles here by 20 cents. All right, so if it shows any weakness as it comes back up, because right now it's a compound inside. This is chop. All right, you're in a chop zone. All right, so look, it comes up. It's actually making a new low right now. So probably go ahead and cut it right this second. Save any kind of money you got left in it, because it'll come back down to here. All right, it's almost $1. All right, it failed to make a new high. You need to cut it right now if you're in it. So see it coming down here. This is my 2-time rule. It came up. I wish I could zoom in. Let me zoom in on this. Right here. On this candle here, it made a slightly higher high, just about a cent. So what it's doing is, when it did that, it started to chop. All right. So the rule is, when I come up, if this would have made a lower low or lower high, I would have cut it there. It came back down, right? As it starts to come back up, and if it doesn't come up, at least touch this zone, then you cut it, right? So you cut it because it made a lower high. And what it tells you is it can go back and start chopping sideways again. And between here and here is $1, right? You're giving up all that delta. So it's safer to cut it as soon as it starts to come down, to save as much as you can on the contract. When it crosses back above the high of these wicks by at least 20 cents, then you can re-enter as it breaks consolidation. Consolidation breaks the upside, right? That's all we're looking for right there. All right. So take your money, get out, wait for the next break. It's how we're going to do it. Because if you're chopping, not only are you losing theta, right, you're losing money. Can it eventually break out of consolidation and go higher? It absolutely can. You know, it could chop in here and finally just say, all right, I'm done chopping, it's time to go to the moon. It's safer to cut it. All right, 2-time rule. It fails to make a new high, you cut it. You cut it, and you cut it, and you cut it. It breaks, you go for re-entry. HD still pumping up here. Etsy's trying to 2-2 back up on the 30. It could go 2-1-2-60. And let me look at a couple more of these things real quick. Etsy's still on PMG. Target is the target. All right, the target's high, is the daily high. It's kind of choppy on the higher time frame, so we're not looking to take this thing to the moon. All right, we're not. You know, we can play these the PMGs because they work well in the short term. Etsy. Now, if space breaks out here and goes high, you can re-enter. I'm not telling you what to do. You can stand all day. I don't care. But, yeah, that's just that's what I do. Etsy's trying to roll over here. So here's that pattern right here. We'll pull it up on the 30. And then we'll talk about shop. Price comes up. There's a pattern. All right, taking it crosses the high. That pattern is money. All right, target, pivot high. You target the body, wick, body, wick. We always target the body because there's support resistance on top of it. You got to learn on pin. But here it is. Comes back up. You would take it if you want to scalp it. You can scalp it here to here. All right, it's coming up now. First target is going to be the high, and then we'll target these levels here. Let me clear this out of the way. We want to go to 5 minute. We always want to go to 5 minute for entry. All right.
Up
You never want to go-
40% on SPY.
What's that? Yeah, SPY's kicking ass. If you took SPY, we're targeting gap fill. I mean, if you got a small account, you should be up. Amazon, back in Amazon. Amazon's long right now as it goes inside up. I'm looking for gap fill now. VIX is filling the gap. SPY's kicking ass, so you should be making money in that. I'm trying to target these smaller tickers for smaller accounts. All right, I know not everybody can spend $3,000 on a contract. Target these smaller ones. All right,
NVIDIA right now.
NVIDIA. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA looks good. Crossing that high. Looking for NVIDIA gap fill. Amazon looking good. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's pull up Amazon real quick. I'll show you exactly what I'm doing. All right.
And VIX continues to puke.
So what I do is on Amazon, is I grab these right in the money. It does it quick. My other laptop's super fast.
Jerry, just for clarification, you're talking about Amazon gap fill. Is that back up to yesterday's
That's the
close?
pivot high.
90?
Yeah, it's a pivot high 15. Docu's coming up. Amazon or SPY's kicking ass here. Docu's long right now. Pivot machine gun target pivot high. VIIB's fixing to be long. DE's gonna be long when it crosses the day's high for gap fill. BKNG's trying to come up. JP Morgan's gap filling right now, but it's kind of spreading. ST's almost done with the pivot machine gun. ST's gonna be long in just a half a second. All right, so look, Amazon right now. I sent the contracts to the active trader here, and what I'm doing is I'm looking. Got to pay attention on this shit here. I'm gonna try to do 2 things at once. All right, we're looking at the level 2 on this thing. All right. So as price comes up, if you look on the base down here, let me try to draw this. All right, see that 2960 order? It's important that price. It's important that price is pushing up. It's got to be pushing up, right? You're looking down here. Most of the orders have got to. Most of these numbers have got to be on the ask side. All right. If most are on the sale, they're selling the shit out of it. They got to buy. They got to buy. All right. See at 2930. Watch it. As soon as it starts to fill, it'll instantly go straight through. All right. You'll see it pop up here instantly. So what I'll do is I'll set an order right now for 2930. See it jump $30 right there. There's 30.40. Those orders are being cycled through there just as fast. All right. So what we do is you'll set it for 29. All right. And as soon as price jumps, it'll feel right there. Because there's not many on it. They're not selling many. You got to be quick. You got to do it as price is pushing up. If price is not pushing up, you're not going to get filled. That's all there is to it. There's an order for 33 right there. All right. See, Amazon's trying to pull back right this second.
And so that's how you avoid the spread if it's really spready.
Well, if you take the entry on the break, right? So as this thing goes inside up, even on an inside up break to a new high, this spread tightens up. All right. So when I'm taking entry, Corey asked the other day, how do you not get chopped up? Here's why I thought about it. Because when it takes my entry, so here's the entry on a wind.
Buys pulling back.
Yeah, it's caused a big spin up. It's all right, no big deal. You're shaking out the weekend. So price comes up, right? So it's just a 2-1. As soon as it crosses this high here, as soon as it starts to cross it, this spread tightens up. All right. Now, if you watch it you're not going to be able to see it now because it's pulling back. The video's going to be long still. But when it breaks this wave, this spread will tighten up to 50, 65 cents, 50, 60, 70 cents. It happens. I'm telling you. It happened on Shop yesterday. I was watching it. If you look at yesterday's video, guys, between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, you'll see I showed level 2 as started an entry on Shop. The spread tightened up. All right. And when you get ready to get out, what we do is we target. Now, in order to sell, price cannot be pushing up or down or back. It's got to be pushing up. You also got to, so not only you got to be pushing up, you got to sell in the strength, right? There's got to be more people on the ask than the buy, right? Because if they're buying on the ask, they want in this damn thing. They want in it right now. So you got to keep an eye on that. You got to keep an eye on Tesla's long right here too, guys. You got to keep an eye on the ask. More people's got to be on the ask. Right now, there's more people on the buy, right?
How about AMD?
AMD? I don't know. AC's fixing to be long here. So more people's got to be on the ask side than on the buy side. Prices got to be pushing up. All right. It has to be. And then if there's not me on ask, remember it's first come, first serve on the ask. So when price is pushing up, all right, you're going to see these orders cycle from the top, from the here, from 25 to 27. And as people buying this thing, right, that order from the bottom will cycle to the top very quickly. It happens quickly. When price is pushing up, you'll see them just freaking run through it. And the reason it happens is because any new person, Roku's long, target to high, Etsy's going to be long here. Etsy, we're going to sell right now into strength. All right, because the move's almost over. We got $3 there. You've got to sell in strength. That's all there's to it. There's got to be more people on the ask side than on the bid side. As price is pushing up, people that are selling these things, what they're doing is they're throwing in crazy prices. All right, and they're wanting to get hit, and they get hit because the reason it works is because retail, new traders come in, they see this ticker moving up real big, right? And they're like, oh, I got to get a piece of that. So what they do, they mark it, right? Now they're getting clobbered because they're buying at the top. They're chasing it. They're FOMOing, right? They get hammered. As soon as they get in, they're down to $300, right? Because they're chasing it. Me, on the other hand, when I get in at a key level, first off, the spread's tight. Secondly, I'm buying on a pullback. I'm not chasing this damn thing. That's why you wait on a pullback, right? I'm doing exactly the opposite that retail's doing. I'm selling as they're buying, right? And I'm buying on a pullback after a rest. And the spread will tighten up. That's all there is to it. Let's see here. So I just got stomped out of Amazon. Looks like I caught about a $200 spike. But you got to sell into it. I'll make a specific video on doing this right here, but you got to understand. I tried to look for that video last night on how the price moves and aggregates on these tickers. And especially on options, it's important to understand how they work. It's first in, first out. There's a queue, right? So when they're selling them, the first person in line gets sold. So if you pull a limit, all right, so current price is $23.75, ask price is $25.20. All right. If you want to get filled instantly, or if you want to sell instantly, you'll get it closer to the current price, right? And the current price is this difference between the bid and the ask. And there's a lot to it, right? I understand that. But as price is pushing up, they're buying the ask why they buy the ask? Because they want in now. You know, when you want in now, you're gonna pay more money for something. And retail gets stumped because they want in, they're chasing it, and they're chasing the damn move. I'm not paying a top, and I'm not gonna get hammered out because I'm buying the bid. I'm buying the pullback, the upside, right? So I have the expectation that price is gonna move higher. So that's why I don't get stumped out because there's not people throwing, you know why? Because these guys are not throwing crazy spreads in there because they know nobody's gonna buy a damn thing. Right? They're smart. They know what they're doing. You know, if I was to sell contracts, I do the same thing. When I see a big ticker, you know what I do? I target tickers that are freaking going to the moon, right? I would sell the hell out of them because anybody coming in chasing this damn thing gonna buy whatever they want. They don't know what they're paying for it, right? Because they're hitting market. You know it? That's why it works. Gamma spike. The people selling them are throwing crazy stuff and they get put in. They sneak them in. You know what I'm saying? They're not putting 100 up there. They're sticking one in there and it fills instantly. They're making a killing. It's so smart.
Do you think it's also manipulation when I've been paying attention to the level 2, right? And yesterday, all day on some of the tickers, I would see giant orders for a limit price that was more than double what the current ask was. Is that them trying to set the algos to pick up on that and move the price up? Or traders doing that?
There's a lot of manipulation on level 2. And well, first off, when you set a limit up there, right? When you set a limit up there, it's marked, it's queued, you can see it, right? The smart traders are not going to do that. And the ones that do it, see the 44 and the 59 and the 45, the ones that are doing it, they're like, they're setting it up there so you can see it. But as soon as it goes to field, guess what? They freaking cancel it instantly, right? They're trapping you. They're like, here's why.
Interesting.
They're like, oh, there's 60 on there. Man, they expect price to go there. And as soon as it gets there, they just cancel it. They're tricking you. They're trapping you.
So they probably have another position at a lower price and they're trying to pump it themselves.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of manipulation here. Texas long right here, guys. We're going to target pivot 15. It's a 2-2. It's basically a 2-1-2-60 right back up, measured move, big hammer.
So ultimately, Jerry, you want to see more orders on the ask side than the bid side?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
So
You want to see them buying it.
Look at NVIDIA, the 795s. See what you think. NVIDIA's getting ready to pop again.
Yeah, and it's important too, guys, to watch the spread. I'm telling you, people ask why I'm green when I go in. If you look at my entries, and I didn't realize this, you know, I just thought I was, you know, I was getting good feels. It's because of where I'm entering. It's so the stuff that I do is beyond my comprehension. So I've got to go back and examine what's happening and why it's happening. You know, it's just I don't understand.
It's the 795s. Because I mean, they got orders going all over the place. There's some big ones that just popped up and then they pulled it back and now it's flipping to the bid side.
795, right?
795s.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff that I do is just, it's crazy. That's like discovering the gamma spikes using mobile. 1% spreads. And then joining the ash. And now the limit and he's catching these gamma spikes. I know, you know, I know how it works now. Holy shit. Amazon, my one call I have left is up to $46 on my W. Docu still on. It's inside 15 and trying to break up. 212.60. It's still on. Target 293.65. JP Morgan still in that gap slowly. FedEx hit target. Pivot high on 15. FedEx is strong here, guys. NVIDIA. Let's look at the spread on there. So right now, look at NVIDIA. It's getting close to, okay, it's pulling back, right? So when it breaks that high, guess what? That would be my entry. And if you look at the spread, see how tight it is? It's crazy. Tesla's long here, guys. Tesla is long. Amazon breaks its insider right now. If it breaks the high, guys, again, guess what? I'm going to re-enter it. Etsy's inside currently 15. As soon as it breaks, guess what? It's long. we're still gonna target pivot high 15 or 3060. Roku needs to break consolidation. As soon as it breaks the day's high, it'll be long. SC, I took my money and ran. All right, SC's kind of choppy on the higher time frames. It looks like garbage. BA 212 up. Target still pivot high, which is, you know, it's so close right now you wouldn't want to enter it. All right, now look at NVIDIA. The spread's opening up on it now. It was 60 cents. Now it's almost 100 or $1. So the reason I'm up is my entries are incredible. I'll tell you. Timing is everything. Where you enter is everything. Where you exit is everything. The key is not to be greedy. Smaller wins add up. And look, when I'm taking one contract on something, you know, and scalping, I'm still making pretty good money on one contract. So if I scalp 10 times and on one contract in a day, I can easily make 4,000 or 5,000. All right, so let's pull up Amazon right quick, and we'll see when it breaks the spread. All right, buy it right at the money or at the money. It's Thursday, so I'm going to buy a bit of money. So here's another thing for strike. I say this every week. Thursday, Friday, zero, you know, weekly calls. After lunchtime on Thursday, you need to start buying next week expiration. If you don't, if you play the higher price tickers like Shopping and Amazon and stuff like that, you can buy zero D or the weekly calls, but you got to buy them a little bit deeper in the money, right? Because we're working against theta. Now, if it's moving up but it's slow, buy next week's. Friday is equally important, it's just as important, if not more important. It's on Friday. After between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, 10:30, the market's moving a lot. It's moving fast. You can buy weeklies, or you can buy zero DTE. All right. It don't hurt to buy them a bit more money or in the money. All right. If you want to take full advantage of that move. After 10:30, it's best to buy next week's calls. It's very important, especially on the smaller ones, because you're fighting against time decay. So if you're in a ticker and it's slowly moving up, you could still lose money. You could absolutely lose money. So it's best to buy next week so you can take full advantage of that full move. During the day, if I'm playing something, I'm scalping something that's got the potential to move $5, $10+ in one candle, then I'll buy deep in the money. All right, zero DTE calls, so I can take advantage of it. You know, if I'm buying a 90 delta and it can move $10 in 5 minutes, and they're cheap. They're a lot cheaper, right? Because they're going to expire. Space is going to be long. As soon as it's solid, the candle's solid green. This is getting close to target here. But you want to buy deep in the money. But you're not going to be in the move, but just a few minutes. So slow move. Next week call. Next week option. Very important.
Jerry, watch out on Amazon. You're hitting the top of that broadening formation.
Thanks, sir. Take a look at that. This, let's SPY again. Let me look at SPY right quick. Every time SPY goes inside up, guys, it's an ad. JP Morgan's still on here. So every time SPY goes in and up on the fiber, it's long. Thank you very much. All right, because it's gonna fill the gap there. It's above VWAP. There is a pivot, so you know your first target. You always want to target these pivots, and the reason being is price reacts to these things. So 431.58 is going to be first target on this thing. Ultimately, we're looking for the pivot low on the 5 minutes, 433.80. I just got an alert on Clorox. Let's take a look at it. It's trying to go down still. All right, Clorox broke pivot low. It took a. It's late telling me what's going on here, which kind of, you know, it's not unusual. It's breaking the pivot low on the 4 hour, right? So it's just a 2 up, 2 down. I mean, this thing's got a long ways to go. First target's gonna be 178.63 because there's a lot of support on this level here. So Clorox is gonna be short. We're gonna target pivot low or the pivot high, whichever one's closer. Looks like there's a pivot. Actually, we're gonna target the candle here. 181.28. The reason being, if you looked here, there's a group of candles, probably about 8 or 10 touches right here. So it needs to break that level. This is pulling back slightly, gonna bring a little bit of stuff with it. All right, let's look at SC right quick. I'll pull up Amazon again. BA hit target here. SC was a quick play, just a PMG. The higher time frame was like garbage, but I want to say this: the tighter the red candles are stacked together, the quicker to move up. Right? So we like the huge red candles, but if you see on the 5-minute that there's a bunch of red candles just really tightly packed, just small bodied candles, man, that's a really good play. And it don't necessarily the higher time frames don't even matter really at that point, right? Because we're not looking to take this thing to the moon. We're just looking to capture this short move here. Yeah. So it's about a $3 move right here. And could it keep going through there and blow through there? It could. After that, I'm not really worried about it. All right. It's been in a strong upswing in SC, but it's consolidating right here. So it's consolidating. We want it to break, and it could. It break, pull back on the weekly, trying to push back up. So we're still looking for this thing. I still have it on my screens. The next time I want to look at it is when it breaks above 269. All right. So I'm going to keep it up there. It's got potential. Amazon is fixing to be long right this second. And if we was to pull the spreads up on this thing, we would see that they're getting very tight right now. Let me pull it up. All right, right now the spread is about it's less than $1, 32, 33. All right, right there is 50-cent spread. Look at it. Look at the spread now. 75 cents. It's $1. See it breaking Amazon C. That's why I don't get trapped. There's no crazy spreads in there. See how tight that spread is? You wonder why I don't get ate up. This is why. Look at this. Look at the level 2 on it. You chase it, you're going to get murdered. If you buy it on a breakout, you're going to get a good feel. All right. The feel right now is 70 cents. 80 cents. 80 cents. $1. It's breaking right now, so they're cheap, right? And you go to 5-minute, and you look exactly at the 5-minute as soon as it crosses you in, and that's why I can be up 0.5%, 1%, 2%, 2%. Timing is everything. Amazon's gonna be long. Wait till it goes solid green here. It can be solid green, but as soon as it goes solid green there, watch the spreads. I'm just telling you, they tighten up. I know they do. Timing is absolutely everything. SPY. My calls are up 250%. That's crazy. I got a bunch of them. They're a little bit out of money. SPY is about the only thing I'll make an exception for. I usually start with 10. Okay, so they're so cheap. Amazon, give me my money.
But look, that spread didn't tighten, got wider.
Nope, wrong.
Yeah, 33.95, 34.75.
When it first broke a second ago, my friend, it was down to 70 cents. The reason it's getting wide now is because it's further away from that break.
Yeah, Jerry, from what you're saying, it'll tighten up for an instant,
Yep.
but it's not gonna stay that way.
Absolutely not. Nope. That's why timing is key. Timing is key. Entry, look, your entry was as soon as it broke 36.75.51 and the candle should have been solid green. Yeah. So I'm up 7% right now on Amazon. Timing's everything. 6.86, 6.14. Timing is everything. And you can't hesitate to hit it either when you go. But yeah, when I got in, it was about a 75-cent spread, 70 cents. If it goes back solid green, watch it, it'll tighten back up. So when it starts to widen, you know what? That works in my favor. I want it to widen. I want it to widen as wide as it can go. Next target on Amazon 36.78.58. We'll target yesterday's lows. You see when this kind of goes back green, watch it. The spread will tighten on it. Adobe's still up. 45.45. 45.45. Yeah, timing is, you gotta have a itchy trigger finger with no hesitation on these things. Right now it's above pivot high, 15 consolidating. It's still strong here. See 1,260 back up. Yeah, 2-2. Now look, Amazon is a strong trend. I want to tell you this is we see on the 4 hour, it's got a couple red candles. It's red yesterday daily on that gap down. Man, I want to tell you this, it could eat this candle up today. It could eat it up today. So what it'll do is show you, we got a strong uptrend on the month, right? It's breaking that consolidation. It's been going on for a year. It can do this pattern here. We see what's going to happen before it happens. Right? It'll eat that stuff up instantly. And this is just a slower version here. All right. So this is this right here. All right. There's another pullback, a strong uptrend. You see the pullback, if you was to measure that, it's less than 25% overall move. HD did exactly what I said it was going to do. So it's going to hit target, chop sideways for a little bit. So target was here. Came close. So we always target the top or the body and the wicks, right? So we knew target was close. We always close this area. If we weren't swinging it, we would have took money in this area that came off the target. As it come up, it starts to chop sideways in this area. Yeah. It just made a pretty good move. This move here. All right. The 2, it goes inside because all this here is inside this here, this candle here.
So it's got to break above 320 in order to get to the next level and push.
Yeah, right here. It is a break above the high, the daily high. So if you took all this here, so if you made this one candle, right? All this fits inside of it. And really,
Did you get
Oh.
stopped out on Amazon?
I'm still on Amazon. I'm down 0.1%, 1.5.
But look where, like I said, where did it stop at? The broadening formation.
Nice. Take a look at it. HD chop is sideways there.
I mean, those are strong like pivots.
The broad, oh, right here.
Yep. I'm looking at you can look at the 15 or even the 30, you can draw that line, you'll see it stopped.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it can't go through, it's just a strong.
Yeah. It's something to be aware of. Yeah. As long as I'm holding above the pivot on the fiber, I'm not too concerned with it just yet. Yeah. So so we're above the pivot, it's making higher highs and higher lows. Right. So we're in a channel.
Where do you cut it at if you?
Let me pull it up, I'll show you. So we're in this channel right here. Yeah. It's pointing to the moon. There's a moon right here. The square one.
That's pretty funny.
The moon looks like this.
That's the moon.
That's the moon there. It's in a channel. And as long as we're above pivot high, I'm not too worried. It is something to be aware of, without a doubt, because it's actually bound, we know its price expands off the pivots 100%. I would give it here, right? If it breaks below the pivot here, that could be a problem. Right now, it's just chopping sideways. It happens a lot. So what happens is it'll chop, it'll break, it'll chop, then it'll break, and then it'll chop some more and break. It's just slow. If it happens to break below, it's pretty good resistance in this area here. So I want to give it some room. There's a pretty good resistance level here, or support. A lot of reasons that this stuff is pulling back right now because VIX is pulling back.
Yeah.
We're still
Right,
above
doing the
pivot
same
though.
thing.
Yeah, it's probably gonna pull back a bit. Dang, Adobe. BIIB, they're all sitting on top of the 15, they're right below the 15 pivot. FedEx is sitting right there. It went through just a hair. We might take a look at taking BKNG down. Or JP Morgan. Yep.
I like Tim's new name, maybe the Blacklist Stratters.
I don't like that.
The Stratters, I don't want anybody to think we're riding the coattails. It's not a problem. I like the Strat itself. It's not copyright or anything. I just don't want anybody to think we're riding their name. You know what I'm saying? For some kind of glory or, riding their coattails or anything. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they don't own the name. So I'm not opposed to it.
But really, your biggest play that you play is the pivots.
Yeah.
The pivot traders.
What about pivot breakers? Pivot breaks.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Pivot breaks good. We'll have to come up with a list of names and take a vote on it as a whole.
Nobody likes my pivot strat trading pit.
Pivot strat like that. Somebody said something in Discord that's pretty dang funny. Strato G or something like that. Strato G's. I can't remember what it was. It's pretty funny. I still think Amazon's going to push here. We need to take a look at JP Morgan. I think I'm getting sidetracked. JP Morgan could be a really nice short PMG down, even though it's strong. Again, it don't really matter when we're taking these things back to when we're taking them down through stops.
We could be the 212 deplorables.
I love 212. That is money. 212 is look 212. The 21 is actually where it all started at. Well, when I made that first 2-1 scan, it was on.
Yeah, but the thing is, you want to sort of divorce yourself from his terminology.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that. 2-1. Yeah.
Inside breaks.
We could be the so many different names. Pivot breaks, somebody said. Stratosphere, pivot strat, trading pit. Let's see what else people suggested. Strato G. I did like that one though. That's pretty funny. That's a good. I'll show you how you spelled it.
Well, you're talking about the wave and you're talking about breaks and breakers. I don't know, do you come up with some type of, analogies or different words for surfing?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love that wave, man. That wave is, hey, if y'all could see that wave and if you could see that wave, you would see it in everything. And that's really just, that wave is a 2-1 wave, 2-1-2 wave. Strat OG. I like that one. Whoever, Mike.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good. Well, but you don't want to use the word strat.
Yeah, I know it. That is pretty cool though.
How about big old breakers?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Big old breakers.
Big old breakers. That's what's breaking.
You're breaking them. Off the bottom, the top, the side.
Because you have to have something with the big O there, so they know it's you.
Make it as
Big O wave.
Oh yeah, there we go. Big old wave.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Oh, wave.
Yeah, big old wave.
What about wave breakers?
I like the wave breakers too. So,
The one thing that's nice with it, when you have the big O in there, then they know who he is.
wave breakers. Wave. There's so many different possibilities. JP Morgan's coming back down pretty fast here. You can do a PMG and come right back to 150. The only problem is it's not a very big move. Contracts are pretty cheap. There's some pretty good support resistance right here. Let me pull it up real quick. So again, this right here is the same thing we're looking at for the candles 25% from the bottom to the top. It's the same thing. So let's pull this up. I'll show you. It works both ways. So I want to show you exactly what I'm doing when I do this right here. This right here is a 2. It's currently inside. We got to be below 25%, at least below the top. So if you drew this in the 4 boxes, it'd be 25% below it. Also, we're looking for the closest support resistance level on this thing, which would be here. If we drew a line here, I can automatically see it touched at least 6 times here. So that's a pretty good resistance support zone there. So I would be looking for this thing to break below this level here, at least. All right, it needs to break at least below that. If I take it early, that would be my target. But if I want to take advantage of this whole move here, all right, as much as this move is possible, then it needs to get below this key level. All right, see it's touched it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And to be a real trend line, it needs to touch at least 3 times. And it actually extends all the way over here. So I'm looking, if you drop the TPO profile up, you would see that the volume at price. You would see it would look just like this. It'd be hollow, and then it would jet out, and then come in a little bit. and it would come down to point of control, and it would be sticking way out here. All right, and then it would come down and then start to hollow. So 25% above the base or 25% below the top for short. And look, if it don't hit this criteria, then it's no harm, no foul. If it don't trigger, it don't trigger, right? We're safe. So a lot of times I'll say something's long or short. Here comes Amazon. I'm back up 1.7%. Amazon, up 70% on Adobe. Adobe's gonna fill that gap there. I still got one contract there. But you know, if it don't hit a target, then there's no harm. I still think Adobe's gonna or Amazon is gonna fill that gap today. It's, you know, it's a big move. Tesla did a shooter. If it comes back up and breaks that wick a bit long again, we should start to see VIX pull back down and finish the gap and SPY push up. So, and also on JP Morgan here, look here, if it bounces, right, that's close enough to the support resistance level, which is really right here, right? It could span a little bit. It don't have to be exact. Right? We're looking at the way. Yeah, Amazon just broke right here. I'm still in it, up 12% instantly. Thank you very much, Amazon. There's the wave right there, right? So look, it's sitting right on top. It's a break, right? It's a break here. It consolidates sideways. If it rejects here, all right, if it takes out the wick of this candle here to be long, what we're going to target? We're going to target the high. A safer entry is when it breaks the high here. Thank you, Amazon, up 28.43%. Thank you very much. This we can't catch a big spike on this thing, right quick. Amazon, just beautiful. Up 72%. Adobe. Yeah, when I'm in a move, I'm pretty confident about them. Target's going to be 36.92. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm up 40% on Amazon. It's about $700 a call. Sell it. I'm going to try to catch a big old spike here. So I got 26 running across the board. So let's do 26.50 and see if we get hit. $47%, $825 a contract. I've got an order set in, 26.50. I just need the spike to sell me out. And I'm all out. Thank you very much. I'll take my $870 and go to the house with it. Yeah, I need to record it one day. And I will. That's how you do it, guys. You look at level 2s. All right. You see the top of the ash. You sit there and wait till it gets filled. If it's not filling right away, I'll bring it down just a little bit. You know, 20 cents, 25 cents. It don't take long. I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy. All right. Target was here. I want to go ahead and sell it. All right. I know price will reject off the target. Still in Adobe up $300 or 74.3%. I try not to bring up the price of contracts. I don't want to seem like a selfish trick. But one contract can make you a lot of money is what I'm saying. Amazon goes inside and breaks the downside, or if it goes inside on the next 5-minute candle and then pushes up, I'll take it long, target pivot high. All right, Facebook just came up. Let's take a look. I guarantee it broke the daily low or daily high. And it did, so it's breaking out for gap fill as well. Kind of slow moving sideways here. Tesla breaks the top off here. Guess what? It's going to be long. We're going to target pivot high on that thing. Amazon, I knew she would. Shopify needs to break the low here to come back up and fill that gap. If you know, you know, guys. Roku, you need to watch for the break on the pivot. Good thing. Adobe up 73%. What's that?
Coming message.
Oh, somebody's mic's open. Mr. Fields, do you have a question, sir?
Well, Amazon's positive now.
Yeah, Amazon's kicking ass. Here she goes, boys. You know, look, I'm not looking to take the homos. I'm looking to take my money and get out. I'm not greedy. Used to, I'd be upset when something took off and left me. Now I don't care.
Tesla's off to the races.
Yep, Tesla's long right set. Well, if you're not in it when it broke, you gotta wait. But yeah, you're definitely right. It's long right now. The only problem is it's right at pivot high. So now we need to wait on the break of the pivot high. Roku's doing the same thing. Roku now needs to break 426. It'll be long. Those pivots can be so strong and we see rejection. I hope we see rejection a little bit on Tesla, and it's actually bouncing off that pivot, which is a good sign. As soon as it goes inside and up, it'll be long. Amazon's pulling back slightly right now. It could be our chance to get right back in it. All right. We never chase nothing, ever. All right, so if you look at Amazon or Tesla right now on the 15, see it come up the pivot. So now we're waiting until it crosses the pivot to go long. We want to see a volume increase. It's after 11 o'clock, and we also want to see a clean break above the pivot. So let's mark that for an alert. Tesla or Amazon going to miss it if I'm not careful. If somebody wants to look at the level 2 on this Amazon, as the price comes up and goes back solid green, they'll see the price tighten up a little bit. So Amazon goes back solid here. Let me pull up. I'm going to try to do 2 things at once. Get ready. All right. Thursday afternoon, we're going to buy deeper in the money. Want to see level 2. Now, it won't be taken until it goes back solid green here. It'd be nice if we got a deeper pullback here, but it don't need it. It's pulling back on the 1 minute. All right, watch the spreads. It's long right now. Tesla or Amazon's long. Watch the spreads. 33.25. They're kind of wide right now. They widened up. You want a solid green candle. Not in it yet. Wait, I'm 5 minutes across. It's got to be solid green. Like I said, if it ain't solid green, or if it's starting to wick just a little bit, I'll wait. I'm not going to send it. So when I call something, I want you to be aware of that. So if I call something, I'm still going to look back. If it wicks at all, then it's a no-go.
I tend to get shitty fills when I try to buy at the market.
Yeah. I don't know why. I usually get pretty good fills. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. It's got to be answer. It's got to be timing or something. I don't know. Up 74% Adobe. Now, really, it's really good right now that Amazon's going inside. The better buying opportunity. HD starting to roll up. Or why not trying to break again?
Is Shopify going to be along here?
It's going to be short. Yeah, I'll show you. There's that big red candle that needs to break above on the 15. I'm still looking to take Amazon long. You know, the deeper pullback we can get on this right now, the better. Right? It needs a good rest. But that was a pretty good move it just made up there. So 76. It just moved $25. So as soon as it goes back green, I'm still going to hit it. It's close to pivot here, 37.11. So that's still $10. That's still a $10 target. Let me pull up Shop. I'm just getting ready. Shop usually follows Amazon. You know, I hope Shop goes to the moon here. There's a major resistance level here, and that level is at 14.75. I don't want to give up too much of the move if it breaks here. Let's see, price 14.70. $74. It's fixing to be long as soon as it breaks here, but I'd rather the target to be a little bit higher. It's making higher lows on this 60, which is a great sign if you want to reverse it back up. Amazon. Amazon's gonna be long right now. Got a Momo hammer up. Amazon is long. Target is 37.20. Up 3%. 4.5. Seven. 8. I'm seeing some big orders come through. I'm gonna go ahead and sell. Yeah, sell. Nice. So that was $370 spike. Thank you very much, Amazon.
Tesla sitting right on the edge of
That's
the
roughly
15
$8
minute.
on Amazon. All right, Shopify. We really need to let it break this resistance. There's a lot of trash right here. It needs to break 1475. It is still in a long signal right now, but the target potential is only like $3. Tesla, Tesla's sitting right there on that 15-minute. It's trying to break through there. If we can get an inside break, oh shit, Roku's long right now.
Roku broke.
Yeah, Roku's long right this second. Roku broke that 15. Next target pivot low 60. So we're gonna keep an eye on Shopify here, Tesla. So we're getting some shit moving now, guys. Amazon target is still pivot low, or the pivot high. I'm scalping. I'm not gonna be agree bashing. Merck and PMG back up to the high today. Tesla's touching that 15 and rejecting off of it right now. You know, if we can see an inside candle up, all right, 6 minutes till the next 15-minute candle pops up here. Let me see it break. If you look on the 60 on Tesla, what we can see, there's a strong line of resistance right here. Right? And that's the great thing about these pivots. They mark them. They freaking mark them. It's amazing. SC's still pushing up here. I never got back in it. Adobe up 76%. Thank you very much. I sold most of my contracts. I kept one from earlier. I'll be up quite a bit if I kept them all. There's that resistance level right here in Tesla. And that's why we're having problems at the moment. So it takes a lot of strength to get through this level, right? So we know when it breaks through there, we can see a nice push, right? Because it's going to take a lot of strength to get through here, to take all these out. And on top of that, the strength it takes to push through this, so it's twofold. It's going to be strong to push through. And when it does push through, it takes these stops out, right? So that can push into that strength. So shorts to cover, they've got to sell, they sell into the strength. Right now it's rejecting off of it. It could go inside, right, and then up as it breaks. It's another reason it's important to sell into our target, and the targets are the pivots, guys. I mean, you see it time and time again. I watch it. I know it because I watch these charts all the time. I know what's going to happen. I know what's possible. And we see as Tesla comes up to the target, it rejects. And sometimes it won't even get there to get close. Right. So we want to be selling as it gets to it. If you want to be greedy and sell as it gets there, you can get hurt. Because it touched it, pulls back, now you're chasing the bid. You just gave up the spread. And on the bigger tickers, you cannot do that whatsoever. You will get slaughtered. All right. So we know when the price comes up to these things, they do one of two things. They shoot straight through, they touch it, pull back up, and then go through it, or they can touch it and reverse completely and go back down. What we want to happen on Tesla is a push, a pull back as it takes a rest, gather strength, and then a push through. As it pushes through, we're going to give it about 50 cents, and then we'll take it long. We want to be keeping an eye on volume as well. Volume's looking good as it starts to curl up here. So all good signs. We need to break. Zoom's curling up here, coming back through. Amazon trying to go again. Myrna could do a PMG back up. Keep an eye on that here in just a second. All right, Amazon goes hammer up. It'll be long again, guys. All right, that hammer is a very powerful signal. It's just the inside candle. It's a red to green move. When it crosses 37.14, it'll be long again. And we're gonna scalp it. If you want to stay in this thing, you can stay in it all day. I'm gonna scalp it. I'm gonna scalp it before I have a chance to pull back on it. BA's trying to ram that pivot again. Or if we pull back slightly, back to pivot. Amazon. Apple's going to be long here in a second. Breaks through the day high. FedEx sitting right on top of that pivot that breaks through to be long. Let's pull up Apple. Amazon would be long if it crosses the high there. It's that inside candle. That hammers the inside candle up. Apple's consolidating right here, right at opening. All right, it needs to break the open range 143.15. It will be long. Docu's fixing to be long. Amazon's fixing to be long right now. Amazon's long. Scalp it again. It's $5 target on this thing. Amazon long right now. Hit it. Scalp it. Watch the gas. And I'm back out. That was the quickest trade I've ever made in my entire freaking line. You don't mess around. Come back up. They're buying the heck out of it, like I say. All right, let's start right there. All right, I am going to start putting a hard stop on Adobe here. BA wants to break. Apple's still just sitting there. Let's take a look at SPY. Still up 250% SPY. What the heck? It's sitting right on top of that pivot. So let's I'll show you. These pivots they're incredible. It's really incredible. Tesla's breaking through that pivot. It's currently inside on that red candle. As soon as that red candle goes green, it's long. Or if the next candle, as soon as it closes above the pivot, it's long. Amazon's starting to pull back slightly, which is beautiful. Shop's inside hammer. Shop breaks the high of the candle, the prior candle on the 15th. It will be long. All right, look at this thing. It hit the pivot low, and that pivot low extended from I don't know, days ago. It's right here. All right, it touched it, broke through just a hair. Now we need expansion. It's currently inside. All right, so it's a 2-1. We need it to break this candle here, the high of that candle, the high of it. All right, so it goes 2-1-2 up. We're still going to target the low of these candles here, and the pivot high. All right. Well, Adobe needs to break back through here. So it hit target. There should be some strong support right here at 603.61 on Adobe. Video coming down. Amazon, we got big starting to pull back slightly. This thing is straight up for weeks. That's a major move right there. Remember, the longer consolidation, the bigger break we see it, and the higher the time frame, the consolidation break, the bigger the move. Look at this thing; it's a beast. So this thing went from we'll say 540 to 610. So that's $70. It's a $70 move on the break. So consolidates here, break, same pattern, just on a different time frame. All right, price consolidates right here. See it? So there's a 2 here. All right. And it consolidates in this range here. All right, this down here's a 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now this thing went like this. Drop up, inside, up. There's the wave. And on top of that, it's a measure move candle here. Measure body, open and close.
Is Apple a go now? Or it was close, never mind. It was like 310.
It's close. If it goes inside up right here, a solid green candle, it's long. FedEx is breaking pivot on the 15. I'm trying to sell out of Adobe on the ask side. So I'll adjust my order until it hits. Up 65%. Tesla pulling back from pivot. Amazon pulling back nicely. Shop still inside currently. Roku broke through, expanded that pivot and trying to roll back down. These things can turn around just as fast as they go down, though. It's the weird part. VIX is touching the pivot high on 15. You can see a break of that, right? We're getting a stalemate on some of these tickers right now. Adobe strong. I mean, this thing come back up to 607 if it wants to. Oh, shit. I tried to adjust it and it showed that was where I got a chance. Adobe. I'll take that. Got about a $50 spike on it. Murder's trying to PMG back up. Keep an eye on these things because VIX breaks that low. This stuff will shoot right back up. It's incredible what this thing does. HD broke it consolidation for gap fill. So, I mean, that's another add point to it. Shop, still watching shops. Inside hammers forming. Murder's come up pretty quickly to take these stops out. That's a forming inside hammer right now as well. HD broke consolidation here. It's slowly climbing. Slowly. Keep on the shop, yeah. Shop. BIIB. If BIIB breaks the 15, it'll be long. FedEx breaks it, it'll be long. JP Morgan kind of rolling over back down. Now there's a pivot on the 30 on JP Morgan. If it breaks and retests that, it could go higher. Might be a nice swing. These things could gap up in the morning. You know, a lot of these things that fill the gap today could gap up. All right, so we're looking at taking a few swings overnight. Gamble, of course, because there's nothing guaranteed overnight. Nothing. Myrna's been strong today, starting to roll up, which is just a 2-2 bouncing off the pivot. Myrna's long here, all right, and the target is a pivot, and the reason being it's a break and retest on the 60, so it's a pretty high percentage trade right here. All right, so we pull up the 60 here as a break and a retest. All right, as price expanded through it, so we see price expand here. Here's the wave. All right, we could take that 2-2 here. Now we're going to target the high. All right, and we want to see a break with the target being 240. Bare minimum we should see here.
Apple's moving too.
Oh, nice. Yep, Apple's long right this second, which is going to be SPY's longer add to it right now. And Adobe just broke. That's all right. I'm not going to be greedy. All right, we need to watch eye on shop. Shop's fixing to go long right this second. Shop. Yeah, Apple is long 100%. Yeah, great call. I'm glad to watch that. All right, shop. If you look at 15, shop's got a Momo hammer to the upside, 212. As soon as it breaks, it's actually breaking right this second, but we need a little bit more. It'll be long. Amazon's doing the same thing. As soon as Amazon breaks the high to 212 and 2 candles, 15. Okay. Same thing we're looking for right here on shop, 2-1. For the people I've never shown this to before, let me pull this up right quick before it happens. You won't see this on any action signals anywhere else. This is they won't teach you this. I don't even think they know it. All right. Currently, this is a 2 right here. We're looking at these 2 candles here. This candle here went inside. All right. When it went inside, it was red. As it came back up, it formed a hammer or a tail. All right. When it broke here, right, because it opened here, it went red as soon as it went down. As it comes back up and it crosses the high of this candle here, the body where it opened at, it goes green. As soon as it crosses the wick, all right, it's long. So you have a 2. You have a 2. It's inside. Okay. As soon as it crosses the high here, it's a 2. So it's a 2-1-2 and 2 candles. I don't think anybody's ever showed you that. 2-1-2, and that's how I hit the open as well. So I like to see a nice solid 2 with no wicks on it. And then the next, so I'll hit that, right? If it breaks a key level, if it breaks a pivot, I'll take it long. I'll scalp it at open. All right. The next candle, if it opens and then goes down, as soon as it goes from green to red and it crosses the high here by 20 cents, I'll take it long, right? And this is a measured move here. So I'm going to target most of that move. I don't have to target the whole move as part of it because the moves are so huge and at open, you don't have to catch it all. You can catch $20 and and 30 seconds. That was slightly open.
I don't think anybody else teaches that 2-1-2 and 2 candle.
Ain't
Two
nobody
candles, right?
teaches. Nope, nobody teaches that ever. I'm the one that made that. Again, there's nothing new under the sun, so you know, there's probably everything's been discovered probably 100 times before. I've not seen it. I've not seen it talked about ever. But yeah, that's an incredible move right there. It's incredible. Again, at the open, you know, we're not having to worry so much about volume. We're not having to worry about adding a lot of money to it, because at open, you know, if this thing crosses by 20 cents and it's solid green, it's a long. After 11 o'clock, these breaks, even on the micro level here, they'll fail about 80% of the time. So even on a break down here on Shopify, as it comes back through range, we got to get more money. On Shopify, usually you want to give about $1. All right, at least 75 cents to $1 there. In the morning, it wouldn't need much. A break above it and it's solid, it's a go. All right, back my son's call.
You're up, Corey.
Myrna's long here, guys. We're going to target that pivot on 15. It is long. It's probably one of the best setups right now.
What's the target for Apple, Jerry?
Jerry's got his mic off right now at the moment. Oh, there he is.
I'm back, guys. My son called me. Buying a lizard somewhere. That goes on.
Somebody was asking for, I think, a target price or something.
On Myrna?
On Apple?
On which one? I'm sorry.
Apple?
APPN?
Yes, sir.
Somebody help me out here. I don't know what ticker.
AAPL? Apple?
Okay, thank you. sir. APPN. Are you in that one?
Apple.
I think he's saying Apple.
Oh, sorry. If it's not redneck slang, I can't understand it. I don't mean to be a disrespectful guy. I didn't understand.
Sorry about that, Jerry.
It's all right, sir. I'm sorry.
I thought he said AAPN. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Joe, I love your new logo. Look at
Sounds
that.
getting ready here.
We got a new logo?
Joe from Tampa, the Tampa Bay Lightning winning last night.
Ah.
Stanley Cup, 2 in a row.
Amazon took off again.
Oh, yeah. Amazon's long right now. 212 up. That's a measured move, 2 on the 15. Nice, man. That's what I'm talking about. If I'm talking to bullcrapping guys and you all see something move, holler. You have 100% permission to jump in and say it. I got so many tickers I'm looking at. If I'm focused or if I'm sidetracked, I'll miss it. So thank you for that. Apple, the target's going to be, let me zoom out. this thing I'll show you. We're always going to target the lowest hanging fruit or the lowest pivot. And if you go to 5 minute, we'll see there's a pivot low at, well, it's touching the pivot low right this second. That's why it's pushing back a little bit. 143.56. Then since point of controls right here, we'll target that 143.88. And then the lowest hanging fruit I say is going to be marked by this pivot low too, is 144.07. And then we'll target the pivot high, so 144.66 and 89. Yes, sir. Amazon's good for another scalp. Beautiful. 212. We want to see those the inside candles. You know what I'm saying? It's healthy. You know, that gives us a new opportunity. If there's no pullbacks after a long move like that, then there's exhaustion risk, you know, so we gotta have it. And on a hammer, damn, that's even better. So the hammer is it's a powerful candle. All right. So Amazon's long, and on top of that, we got this measured move right here. And it's breaking. There's just like so many good things about this setup. 36.90. The body is it's $25 move. All right. So we can see 37.30. I would target 37.25. See here. So right now it's basically the target. X target 37.30. I'm not usually greedy on it. I'm usually going to take money as I get to. It's a $25 move right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up for exit. I'm gonna look at the spread right now, and I'm gonna try to set my limit where I can get out. So I'm not gonna hang out for long when it gets close to target. I know the potential, so I'm out already. And I was a bit late in getting in it, so I didn't catch as much as I could have. But I'm still happy with what I got. So I'm never gonna be greedy with it. Anytime something starts to pull back, all you gotta do is pull in the spread. Let me pull it up. So when you're looking at level 2, there's a going price. All right. There's the ask, the bid, and then the price. The current price is 46.20. If price starts to pull back, you can set it a little bit below current price. All right. And you can get filled. If you want filled instantly, you can hit bid or flatten or sell bid or sell market. It was still pretty strong when it popped there. So a lot of times it's weird how it works, because even when it pulls back a little bit on the 5 minute, it can still be pushing on the 1 minute. So you can still have the potential of getting sold out, or you can still have the potential of selling it, even if the candle wick's pulling back, because it can still be a push up on the 1 minute. So sometimes I'll set a sell on her, it goes and it's turning red, and I still get sold out. It's the craziest thing I ever saw in my life. That happened shop one time. It was turning red, and I probably like an $800 spike. It's incredible. So I use this spread to my full advantage 100% of the time.
Can you describe what you just said again? That very last part about how you caught shop.
You catch shop on these. Oh yeah. Okay. So sometimes I'll be in a trade, right? And I've got my limit set up pretty high. This is at open now. Okay. This is at open. And I think it was a Monday. So the spreads are crazy. It's very, very volatile. And when I'm looking at the 5 minute chart, you know, I've got a limit set. The candle actually goes red just a little bit, and then it dings and it sells me out. And the reason that it sells, okay, Tesla's fixing to break here, goes inside up. The reason it sells is because on the 1 minute it's still pushing up. Now, the way it works between option and the regular ticker is there's lag. So as price is funneling up, right, it takes a few seconds before it starts to recover and slow down, right? So there's like a reaction time. And I'm telling you, when I say timing is everything, it's absolutely everything. It's so important. Shop's fixing to go 212 up, and Tesla's long right now, and shop. Yep. Thank you so much for that. But so, yeah, this is long. Shop's gonna be long. But as it comes up, it fluctuates. So if price is violently pushing up, right, and all of a sudden it starts to pull back, it turns red on 5 minute, but it's actually still pushing on 1 minute. As it comes up, there's a lag. There's like a disconnect for a split second, right? So if you time it just right, even when the price pushing down, it'll still kick you out if your time is impeccable and perfect. Yeah. So
can that happen later in the day?
it can still happen later in the day, but yeah, you're not gonna catch a spike that big. You can catch them, you know, $300, $250, $300, yeah, all day long.
Okay.
The morning time is so volatile, man, anything's possible. Anything's possible. There's so many different aspects of trading, like, you know, the pattern and catching a breakout's easy, right? We know Tesla's breaking it right now, right? Shop's fixing the break. Amazon can go back long as soon as it goes green. You know, we know the patterns. There's more to it than, you know, taking an entry. You know, there's the timing, you know, there's the exit, there's the emotional side. So, you know, finding the patterns and being good at getting in is easy, really, in terms of overall everything, right? The emotional side, you're gonna hold, you're gonna kick. You trust yourself to get in now? Are you gonna wait? Are you gonna, you know, are you gonna hesitate? I mean, all that adds up. Every single bit of it. Hesitation, doubt. You know, if you're in a couple of losers, you're gonna hesitate to get in another one. You know, I have no hesitation. I know my setups work. I trust them 100% of the time. I know there's gonna be failures. I don't care. I don't care about failures, so it does not affect me one bit, right? Because I know there's gonna be failures. Not every setup works. Right? I'm okay with that. I always realize in the back of my mind too is, you know, I could be wrong 3 or 4 or 5 times, right? It don't mean I'm doing something wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. It's the setup's there. Right? But I also realize that it only takes one trade during the day to make up for all those losses, because my losses are minimal. You know, they work or they don't. And that's the beauty about starting with one contract. You know, it's, the losses is minimal. And if it breaks through a support resistance zone, I cut it instantly with no hesitation, because I know I can go back in as soon as it gives me another signal back to the upside. So, you know, it's so important to cut these things so quick. You know, you can't, you've got to cut them. You know, you can't hope that it's going to go back up. So timing is everything. I mean, it's just, it really is. There's the
Yeah, I
final
don't know
signal
how
is
to
easy.
psychologically
timing.
deal with that.
What's that?
I said you're blessed to psychologically deal with that, because like in Amazon today, I traded a
Yeah.
bunch of times and it's tough.
It's tough. I mean, I remember when I first got in and stuff, dude, I would be in by 9:45 or 10 o'clock. Man, I was out of capital. I was wanting to trade everything. And it was so emotional. I mean, it was, dude, I was a wreck trading this stuff. It's takes some strength. Look, once you quit caring is when you'll start making money. It's weird to say that, but it's reality. That when you quit caring about it, then you're better. You're a better trader. If you trust your setup and you don't care if it breaks down, if it don't, because you know how to act and react when it does that, then it's easier. Right? If you can cut it without hesitation, it's easier. If you're emotionally attached to that thing going up because you want it to move up, then there's a problem.
The psychological part of that is if you don't have a lot of money,
Yeah.
you know, you can't, it's hard for you to detach yourself from making those
get it.
losses.
Yeah,
Getting
I used to
those
be
losses.
there. Yeah, I used to be there. I know, you know, if you can only trade, if you can only make 2 or 3 good trades a day, you know, because of capital problems, you tend to hold on to losers longer because you want it to work, you know? You want that trade to work. But, you know, in reality, it's best to cut it, even though you might not be able to trade anymore for the day. It's best to just cut it. And also, you know, if you have a smaller account, you know, these small wins every day add up. So if you're in a trade and you're out 2 minutes later and you've made $30, then be happy, because you can do that 3 times, taking small profits and build your account pretty quickly. That way you can get these bigger contracts. But if you're holding these losers with the hope that they come back up, man, you're gonna blow through your money. So it's better to have 2 or 3 small wins than to have one giant loser. You know, I dealt with that for a long time. You know, you wanted to make as much as you can on that one contract, and then you sit there and you held it, you know, until it went to 0 or 80% or whatever. You know, when that you're deep down in your gut if that trade is good or not. You know it. You have a feeling. If you're hoping, then you need to be out. And really, the worst thing that can possibly happen is that bad trade turns into a good trade. You know, so it went from a bad loss to a win. That's the worst thing that can possibly happen, because now subconsciously you've taught yourself to hold on to a loser in the hopes that it turns into a winner. So now, you know, since you won one time, now you're gonna hang on to them even longer. That's the worst. It's the worst thing that could ever happen. And if you have a hard time stopping yourself out, use a hard stop. You know, say max loss. If this thing gets to 75 bucks, it cuts it out instantly, you know, and you have nothing to do with it. And once you build a habit of, you know, cutting it without emotion, then you can slowly start using a mental stop, you know. But until then, you've got to use a hard stop. So find the setups is easy, you know, the timing and the emotional part is a whole nother factor. And timing is important, you know, it's everything. And also, we know in these breaks, 80% of the time after 11 o'clock, they'll fail. VIX is starting to pull back up, and that's bringing the Tesla and Amazon and these other tickers back down shop. But they could pull back just as quick as they went down. Baidu's acting kind of strong today. There's a lot to it. There's different, I mean, you've got to master every aspect of trading. You know, and that's like, you know, with certain trading styles, you know, if you get stopped out a lot and you're counting on that one win, that's great. But if you don't have the emotional fitness to stay in that thing, what good does it do? You know, so we try to reduce risk. We try to, you know, take the highest probability setups by taking our entries on the breaks to the high. So we don't get stopped out so much, you know. And, you know, batting average and home runs means nothing if the market's not trending. It means absolutely nothing. Deb wants to break. JP Morgan pivot machine gun down. We'll take, since the market, anything that's puking or coming down all day, whenever VIX starts to pull up, those are the best ones to attack. JP Morgan's trying to PMG down right now, so this could be a pretty good one. It's about $1 range on it. You know, it's coming down a month. It's testing this pivot low here. It could test again. I don't think it's going to break through it, but who knows? It's been chopping on the month right here. It's pretty clean on the daily and on the weekly. We know where it's going. It's going down. Here's our pullback to the downside in the 4 hours, forming doji on the day. So more than likely, it's going to come on down here. It's currently inside 5 minute. It is rolling over, right? So if JP Morgan breaks below 151.20, it'll be short. All right. And we'll target the pivot low at 150.10. This is about a little bit over $1. Okay. So we got pullbacks and downsides, reversal of the trend. All right, we'll target the pivot low there. Volume is starting to step up. We just had the new candle on the 15, but you can see it's still below average. It's curling up just to hang it up. Some rest of these tickers here. We're starting to go a bit of chop across the board. Also, as the day progresses, I will look more on the 30, 60 minute charts, because if I'm focused on the 15, I'm not going to see the entire picture. On the 15-minute chart, it looks like, man, there's a lot of good movement going on because of the range of the tickers. But when I look at the 60 and the 30, I see some tickers that are, we got some green bars, but then they're, you know, at the top of the range, or they could be in the middle of the range. It's easier to see the overall trend if you look at the higher time frame, as opposed to, like, say you're looking at the 5 minute. I mean, all right, Amazon's breaking again. Amazon's long right now. AMZ long. Amazon. Amazon long, we're going to target 37.34 here. real quick. Look, we're not looking for monster moves here. We're looking for $4 or $5. Deep in the money calls.
When you're looking at the VIX and you want to play the opposite of what the VIX is, obviously, do you play off the pivots on the VIX as well?
It gives me kind of idea. You know, I'm more looking at the candle. I do realize that it can have an effect on the overall market. On VIX, I'm usually just targeting individual candles for pullbacks to see why the market's all pulling back at once. Yeah. Now I want VIX to break through that pivot. Holy shit! Thank you. I'm looking to get out of Amazon right this second. Come on. Thank you very much. I'll take it to the bank. Hit target almost instantly. Look, I'm not looking for big moves. I'm looking for small moves. You know. Yeah, I'm looking at VIX. I really want VIX to break through that pivot on the 60. I want it to break through. The current candle's green doji near the base. Amazon did hit target there, guys. Which is pivot on the 30-60. Now look, if we can pull back and then break through the pivot on the 60, guess what? This thing's to the moon. It's a moonshot. Now remember, I called this earlier today. I told you what was going to happen. What I say was going to happen. We got a strong ticker. We got a pullback. I even brought it up on the chart. I said, this thing's a strong ticker. I said it can break through this in one day. In one day. So here we go. Thumbs up, pulls back, gone. There's our pattern. All right. This top right here marks the 60. This high here marks that 60 pivot right there. All right. So we're looking for this right here. Entries to break of that high, and that pivot marks it, man. It's crazy. So when you have a strong uptrend on a month, all right, and it's a beam and it broke out of consolidation, right? So just like the consolidation here, again, the only thing that separates these things is time and cash. Consolidates right here, you see it between pivot high and pivot low. When it broke this thing, look at it, it's freaking gone. That's one day. This damn thing ran $150 almost one day. So when I tell you consolidation, longer consolidation, a bigger break, I'm not joking. It's incredible. It broke consolidation down here. It wasn't as big as a candle, but it still was a good move on that break. Now, this is a major pivot. It's marked. Here's a minor pivot. It don't have enough candles right now to form this thing, but this is a pivot because you got 1, 2 down candles. So strong uptrend, and when I see a pullback, well, you're going to target them. All right, yeah, it's pushed up on the month. It's up on the week. It's breaking a pivot on the week. It pulled back on the day yesterday, and it ate it up in one day. Now, when I see a great big green or red candles or 2 or 3 red candles, I'm waiting for that base to run up to them because I know I've seen a bunch of times it eat those candles up in one day. Amazon's long again, needs to go solid red here or green. So Amazon's long right now on that inside up move as it pushes through this pivot on the 60 and the daily. She's gone. There's $4. Look, you can bet your ass that everybody and their brother's looking at this thing. People know when these things are breaking. All right. I can guarantee it's at new highs right now. 37.40 stack number. You see another $10 right here, real quick. Watch it. You should know this stuff by screen's down. That's the only way to get it. There's $2 instantly. Give me 37.50. Roll it up. There's $4. I'm calling it $10. I'm calling 37.50 right now. Nobody can do what I did. Dang it. I'm looking for a big spike right here. I'm not going to be greedy. Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, thanks for all this, man. That's pretty big.
On Amazon?
Yeah, man. Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome. You're welcome. Now, if you're in it, I'd probably start taking profits on it, my friend. Set your limit. order up
I'm
to
out. I'm out.
Okay. I mean, that's like $14.
Yeah, that's a lot. And I was back and forth all day, so that was pretty huge.
I'm proud of you. Now, again, remember, join the top of the ash. That level 2 is so important. I need to do a video, man. I need to do a detailed video on how to do that. Now, I've got an order set for it. I want it to sell right this second. Come on now.
Damn, that looks good.
Thank you, Amazon. I'll take it to the bank. I'll take my 8% contract plus my $300 gamma spike right to the bank. I call 3750 as target on this thing right here. Why? Because I know what the hell I'm talking about. $4 more. Now look, I want a pullback. Why do I want a pullback? I want to get back in this damn thing. Guess what retail's doing right now? They're chasing the shit out of it. Let's watch these orders come through on level 2. All right. Look here, they're buying the shit out of it. There is no at the money calls. I want you to pay very close attention to the level 2 on this thing. Now I call 3750 target before it pulls back. Let's say. Dude, I've got a gift, man. I'm telling you, some of this stuff is just not me. I'm telling you. I've been trading for about 16 months. There's Shopify breaking out right now. They run together. I've been trading for about 16 months. All right, guys, watch level 2 down here. See it spiking? Yeah, that bid is crazy, right? We'll use it to our advantage. Absolutely 100%. Look, we're looking at the bottom as these orders come in. Watch it. Now, you need to slow it down or pay attention. There's going to be more orders on the ask, all right, as long as the price is pushing up. It's got to be pushing up. If you watch, these orders will cycle through instantly. See that 60 order there? They'll be 61, 63. They'll throw them in there, all right? They'll sneak them in on you. 60. We're $1 away from target on it. See at 60, there's a $1. There's a $4 spread right there. See at 69, 190. I hear me talk. 62, it's a $400 spread right there. As soon as, so I'd say that 62.50, it's sold just now, instantly, if I was still in it. And that's a $250 spread. That's a spike. Right? It's a $400 spike. There's 54. It's $8 instantly. You want how you catch a spike? That's how you fucking do it. Pardon my language. There's $50 right there.
Damn.
Yeah. 66.35. See at $450. There's a $500 spread right there. You know what I'm saying? See it. There's a 67.
Amazon.
In there. You go.
Shit.
Look, we know what's going to happen. I guarantee you, every damn paid group saying,
Tesla.
"Oh, let's get in." Yeah, Tesla breaking. Look at Shop, she's breaking. We know what's going to happen. There's a $500 spread. 600 just went through. All you do is throw a 7,000 in there, right? And there's 70 right there. It just ran through. It's 7,000 right now, coming up to 60.
$700 balls. Shit.
So we know what's going to happen.
Eric, your mic's on.
Oh shit.
You didn't say nothing bad.
Nothing we haven't heard before.
Yeah. Yeah, we know what's going to happen. But now you can't get in. Here's a pullback right here on the 5 minute. If it goes back 58 here, it'll be long. But if you look at the 5 minute, the bodies are getting smaller and the wicks are getting a bit longer. So if it goes back long here, it's a chance to get back in it. I'm not going to get back in it right now. It's too extended. I would like to see a nice pullback though. So that thing moved $150 today, guys. Incredible. All right, here's a nice pullback on it. Now you can get back in if it crosses 37.58. We're looking probably for a red candle here. Shopify.
Stop might be going.
Shop's going, guys. Shop runs with Amazon. You know, I keep them side by side. Shopify. All right, guys, Amazon breaks 37.58 and it'll be long again. Netflix is breaking the upside. Shopify Shrine, it don't look near as good as Amazon does. Now, if we look at Amazon, we'll look at the volume on it. We know it's a spike on it. It's up 300% this current bar. 2 minutes left on it. All right, we got a pullback now. It's people taking profits again. If it breaks 37.58, it's going to be long. Shops are on over 212, bouncing off the low on the 60. It's a lot of range to come back through.
Jerry, what's the target on Tesla now? 653?
Yeah, let me pull that real quick.
Should have think fucking keys.
Oh yeah, Tesla looks really good. Yeah, 653.87. I love it because on the 60, it's got that huge red candle to come up. And remember, that's just a void. It's like a gap. And so it can quickly come through there. So 653 and then 665.70. All right, guys, Amazon come back up. It don't need much rest. It just needs a rest. That was a nice move there, guys. Let's see the break. And we caught it. There goes shop. Shop's breaking right now. So shop's long. We're going to target. There's some resistance at 1484. The next stuff was at 1490, 1498, and then gap fill. Baidu's coming up. It's still in a really tight consolidation. There goes Tesla. Tesla goes inside up right here on the 15 be long. There's Amazon's open up inside. Shopify is going to be longer. Add to it right now. All right, Amazon boys, get ready. Amazon, get ready. You know, everybody and their brothers waiting on this break right now. Everybody. Shopify to the moon. Shopify's long here, guys. T12 bouncing off that 60 pivot. It's got a lot of room to go back through. Amazon's long right now. Let's get us 20 more bucks here. Major move on the 15. Let's get you a target on it. 37. We'll call it 20. Just to be conservative. By 50, there's 30. Target 37.80. 37.80. There's a major move on that candle right there. Yep. If you're in it, you take your money when you get ready. Don't wait on me or anybody else. $7.80.
Yeah, the VIX just went 2 up, 2 down on the 30.
What you think they're gonna say? Okay, boy, I hope it goes 212 down. I see inside 60. It needs a break to the downside here. But 212 down, break through that pivot and go back to the range. Tesla. SQ pushing up all day. Almost to that target.
50.
Pivot. Are they open? SQ looking good. Let me tell you that. Say a word on it. Big stuff a little bit, bring it down. Give it some room. What she does, SQ coming up. Baidu looks good on the 15, but if you look at the 30-60, it's just sideways. SQ. Still an Amazon here. I'm gonna give it some room. SQ slowly coming up here, pretty nice. At 212.60 back up. Target's gonna be open and then pivot low.
Which calls are you in now, Jerry, on Amazon?
37.60s. It's just trying to break. SQ is looking really good here. Kind of choppy on the month as I hammer up. That was it. Breaks and retest the pivot. 227.46 pivot on a hammer. Look for this thing a gap fill and keep on going. Continuation of trend. I still think Amazon breaks here. Everybody and their brothers coming looking at this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's going to break. And that 37.60 is a site number. We can see $3,800 of this thing. All right. I got faith in it. All right. SQ's gonna need to break that pivot. It breaks that pivot, come up and see 255, which is roughly $15 away. SQ's gonna be wrong. If you want, you wait till it breaks the high today or the open. All right, and we'll take it to that gap there. And that gap was a pretty nice one. This is long right now, or add to it. This is longer, add to it. Space breaking back up. If you want to break through pivot. Carvana breaking to the upside. Roku might be looking at short Roku. It's wicked up twice here, rejected. It's trying to come up.
Jerry, did you say a Shopify target or no?
Yeah, I can say it. Yeah, there's some resistance zones on this thing here. I'll get you some targets. First target's going to be first target. Second target's going to be 1498.54. And if you look at the 5-minute, there's some resistance. Not much.
Yeah, it seems stuck in the mud for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot, right? There's a lot going on right here. It's kind of choppy there. It's coming through there. But it's got some ways to go. I tell you what, it breaks through 1499. That 1500 site number, man, it's gone. 15 will bring 1508, 1509, and then 1522, 1530. And if we look at it, let's look at the bigger picture here, because this thing's a beast. It's got some big potential here. Space is broken right now. So if we look at the 60 here, man, this thing is crazy. It didn't get close to breaking the pivot here. But what it did is it came down, rejected off the base. Now we're in an uptrend pattern here. All right, so we can go right back through range. Pushed up, rejected off this pivot. And that pivot actually is in this range here. Rejected off of it. That fidget's been going on for weeks. Very strong support level. And each time it came up, not only did it hold the support, but it's actually making higher lows along the way. So it's in a channel. Push down. It is pulling back to the upside now. See it come on up. So ultimately, the target's here.
I appreciate you.
You're very welcome. BA trying to break. SQ coming on up here. SQ trying to break. Carvana's breaking. CVNA.
Let's go Amazon, right?
Amazon breaking down right now. It needs to come back up.
Yeah, VIX is still moving down. I'm actually following Amazon through the queues. It's making the same exact plays.
That's useless. Let's see. Feels good. Now there's a pretty good support on Amazon here. It's holding so far. If it breaks down through there, you might see some problems. Right, you always want to be aware of where the support resistance level is. So let's draw it on here. Right, it's right here.
And Apple just keeps stair stepping up to try and maybe close the gap.
Nice. It's right there minus 10 cents. And you know, since this thing moves so much, you can get a little bit more. But it expands on these support resistance levels. There's close to support. I'm still in it. I'm gonna see what it wants to do here. Again, if it comes up and it fails to make a higher high here, I probably will cut it near the top before it has a chance to go back through this range. It's a pretty wide range. Comes back up, doesn't make a higher high, I'll cut it. If you're in it, you might want to cut it earlier than that. I don't want to tell you what to do, but you don't want to sit through the spread shop. It's breaking. 212 up. Continuation. Carvana still pushing up. Roku just broke. I still got faith in some Amazon. I'm gonna try to push it back up. Roku's breaking right now on the pivot. And push up. The last time I did it though on the 15 there, it wicked right back down. You can see it here. So it's a false break this time. This time it'll be 20 cents more, and it could be a false break. So we want to make sure that it's a clean break. Volume is increasing, but still below average on it. Looks like it's above VWAP, above point of control. It is in a downtrend overall. Well, Doji week. Thinks as it rolls over. It will be long when it crosses 427.20, though, I can tell you that. Tesla's still doing good here. It's a longer add to it. Space is pushing up, breaking out of consolidation. Etsy's breaking. CRWD's breaking. HD's got support at that 317 level, 318 level, sorry. So it can break a retest there and push back up. You can see and hold it. Yeah, going on here. I really want to see VIX break through that 60 pivot down the downside point. I want to see it. It brings the market back up. Now, nobody's just trying to kick you back up, coming down with shooting. All right, let's look at the VIX on the 60 here. Starting to curl. The thing is, if you click on the 5 minute, it's a 2 inside consolidation. It's really holding. It needs to break through this pivot. I can tell you that. We don't need a break in a retest or breaking a retest. We need to break all the way down to the mud. All right, this is VIX, index. All right, prices in the channel here, some volatility came in, it chopped sideways, gapped up this morning, the market gapped down, came back down, starting to curl, get rolling. All right, we don't need this thing to turn up. All right, it don't matter. It can do what it wants. If it goes up, the market will go down. Of course, there's been divergence before where it does the complete opposite. So this can go up and the market will go up. We want to see this as a pullback. See that green candle? A pullback to the downside as it breaks through there. And look, if somebody's interested in playing the VIX, they can. When it crosses here, it'll be short. You know, you can target each of these major support resistance zones here. And ultimately, this is your ultimate target here. Yeah, so VIX is in a range. It needs to break. I'm setting a word on it. I can see it. 1797. It's having a hard time with the stock number. Stock numbers are more important on these smaller tickers than they are on the large ones. You see, a lot of times the price hovers around these stock numbers, the pivots and foundations and stuff. Amazon breaking down here. Six, green, fiber, straight inside. Roku, a lot of stuff working back. VIX currently inside 60. Spike inside 60.
Square came up and tested the open and is now kind of falling back down after hitting that area.
Yeah, pretty good. It's best to wait. It was a nice play, 2-1-2 up on the 60. Now we need to wait till it breaks that pivot or the open.
Yeah, I got stopped out of Shopify.
Yeah, boy, it had a nice shooter on it, but it should have been a continuation there. It's following Amazon, so Amazon's coming down now. Anybody in it left should be stopped right now. It's play out like it sometimes. I had to scalp it a couple of times. Murder's strong, so too trying to come up to the high of the day. This has slowly been grinding up. If we get a flush on VIX, man, it should bring these back up. Let's see what we're doing here. Oracle Wick, a little high here, still inside. Look good on the month though. We're stuck inside right in the middle. Break from one or the other. Space is still going right now. Long. Runner pushing here. By these fixing to break the high today. Or open. Hopefully, VIX don't bounce. Off the pivot into the upside here. Baidu's whipping.
What are you dipping?
Copenhagen wintergreen long cut.
Oh, okay.
Want some?
I did Copenhagen fine cut for shit over 25, 30 years.
Really? Yeah, fine cut.
I'm now on the Copenhagen mint pouches.
Pretty
I like
good, I think. You don't have to worry about getting all your teeth in. I've tried the fine cut, but it's really hard to hold in.
And I started that when I was 17 years old in high school.
Really? Yeah.
Brings back memories of playing football in college 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That's the last time I did it.
That was baseball for me.
Jared, what are your thoughts on Piton on the 15-minute chart there?
I know Shopify's got a 2-2 back down with a shooter. Piton kind of flattening out right now. Target still 124.88 is starting to roll. We see consolidation a few times. Let's see. I like Piton. I keep it on my charts. I haven't had it up there in a few days. It's been pretty consistent. But, it's starting to throw some wicks in a week. If you're in it, I would cut it if it crosses 123.95. If you want to take it long for the continuation, it's across 124.40. Right now, it's just in a really, really tight range. Yeah, if you can get above that 124 level, 124.88, 125, man, it can rip up to 129, EMG style. We need VIX to come down. That's what we need.
Yeah, I agree.
Space has been doing pretty good today, guys. It's up $9. It consolidated for most of the afternoon here. It broke just a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago on the upside. Target's still this big old huge red candle here. And again, you know, we love the red candle, the big huge candles, no matter what color they are, because price completely moved through them. So target on space is 53.30, and then the pivot high. If you quickly get up there. Quickly. And they're pretty cheap. Got me. Apple, yes, is slowly grounding for that gap fill. Adobe wants to break that pivot. BIB broke, come back trying to retest that pivot. Like 15. FedEx touched the pivot, starting to roll back down. JP Morgan PMG's almost the target here. I'm sorry, sir, what'd you say?
Moderna. It just
Oh, yeah,
peaked with
Myrna.
4 hours.
Yeah, Myrna looks good. Yeah. Yeah. 221 hour, 60 back up. It hit target, which was the high, the daily high. It's long. But, yeah, surprised Novak's ain't with it. Novak's got the same setup and not as much strength right now. Myrna looks really good. And I tell you what, Myrna on the higher time frame is awesome. Shot 7. It ain't much. The RR right there on shop right now. Still bullish on Amazon. Everybody's watching this thing. I guarantee it, everybody's still watching Amazon. Myrna looks really good. It's breaking that pivot right now, which was the high today. It's on increased volume as well. Volume's up 112%. 6 minutes still left on that candle. So it broke through pivot low, retested, it's going back up. Target's 240 on Myrna. Really, really clean on the 60 minute. It's got a Momo hammer on the month. We see we actually played this breakout right here on Myrna when it happened. So it broke and retested, pushing back up on a hammer. And we rolled over. I want to show you this is important. When we see these strong tickers, especially on the month, when we look on the daily and the 4 hour, and we see these candles over here. It's important to know. As a matter of fact, price can quickly take these stops out in one day, and that's important to know because it shows you the range. If in a strong uptrend, we know they're buying on a month, but if you see it start to pick up on these things one day, look, because it can take these all out. It can do it in one day. It can come all the way back up in one day. Yeah, very possible. So when I see it, like on Amazon today, it had that big red candle. It came right back and ate it up. They ate that whole candle up.
That's a measured move, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely. Yeah. It takes them stops out, it's gone. And look, the reason it works well too is because, when these stops are hit, they got to sell. They got to cover. And the cover, they got to sell, and it sells into that candle. It just pushes up even quicker. And that's why, when you see a bunch of candles stacked really tightly, like these green candles here, they're really, really, they're stacking them really tightly. So if the price starts to come back down, these can be just as effective, if not more effective than a solid candle, really. If them candles were just like all over each other, no good. But there's a void here. And so if price starts to come back down, you can see one solid red candle on that side because these stops are stacked really tightly. And on top of that, if you took this daily candle, if you looked at the 5 minute candles or the 15 and 30, can you imagine the amount of stops in this thing? There's thousands and thousands and thousands of stops to be hit. Whereas there could just be, there's a lot in the solid green candle as well. But man, there's so many more to take out when they're stacked tightly. So if you see that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if you see these candles stacked on a 5 minute like this, like we did on SE earlier, and there's another one. Oh, JP Morgan, same way. So JP Morgan looks like this right here on the 15. So the time doesn't matter. It's the pattern. It's always the pattern that counts. All right? It's not the time frame because they happen on each one. Just takes a bit longer. But again, it can still take it out in one day. Yeah. So let's look at JP Morgan right quick because it's the same thing. So if you sit on the 5 minute, we don't really care so much about the higher time frames at that point. We're running stops. So the higher time frame means nothing. It really means absolutely nothing. It's going to run them stops. JP Morgan, let's pull up the 5 minute. I got the 15 up over here. Let's see 15. So here's these stops, and they're stacking them really tightly. These candles are really tight, and when they're stacked like that, price can quickly come back to them. And sometimes it can just be great big red candles coming down as they eat the stops up. 15 minutes happens quicker than the daily, but it's the same, it's exact same pattern. Baidu's just breaking. It can feel that gap right now as it breaks the day's highs or the day's open. Baidu. Make sure trying to come with the pivot. With a chop going on. Baidu's breaking. The volume's still below average, but it is curling up. Daily average is above average, actually. 6 million shares traded today as opposed to 4.3 over the last 30 days. This thing's been in a downtrend. It can fill that gap. Remember, stocks like filling gaps. They don't necessarily have to do it. They like to do it. This thing's in a downtrend overall. You see a 212 right here on the monthly. It's holding support right here on this this weekly pivot. Every time it came down and touched it, it wicked right back up. Can be the start of another wick up. You see the hammer on the daily? It can quickly come back up and retest this 182 level and shoot right back down. Volumes decrease on it, so we can't just jump on this pivot break here. If this happened the first thing in the morning, yeah, we could jump on it as long as the candle went solid green. We got to play it differently after 11. So breaks after 11, they fail about 80% of the time, and there's different rules. One of the rules is we want to see volume increase on it, right? And then in the morning, you can give it 20 cents. After lunch, you got to give it at least 50 cents, even $1, depending on the price of the ticker. You know, and that price is, if you look at the candle size and the average move the candle makes, you get a general idea on how much that candle needs to move before you take entry into it. Also want to see it close above the pivot. All right, so there's a couple different things there. Keep on shop here. This thing can go all the way down that 15-minute green candle just for a quick scalp. So keep it on Baidu here. Shop the target's not very far on this thing here, about $5. Or it's not worth it. You know, if you're gonna take a chance on losing some money, you better the risk reward better be better than the loss. Always. So if you're gonna take a chance on losing $100, you better be able to make $300 or $400. Is what I'm saying. Or if you're gonna take a chance on losing 25, you might want to make at least 75 to 100, or at least 2 to 1. Bare minimum. Every time you look at the ticker and you look at the break, all right, and you see the 2-2, you always want to figure, you always want to have a target in mind, okay, and a profit target. So if you look at something, all right, and some people they see the pattern, and if there's, you know, if it's 2-2 and back through range and there's only 30 cents there, there's no way in hell you would take it ever. Maybe if you're playing commons and you got $1 million, you can take advantage of that 30-cent move, but with options, you don't even want to blink at it. You know, it don't make no sense. You just wouldn't do that. Yeah, so always look at the potential. Move. On the 15 here, it's got the potential to come down this big green candle, which is not really big per se, but that would be the target, is the base of this green candle here. Right here. All right, so with a 2 up, 2 down. All right, you could actually enter when you're scalping these moves. You could enter here, the target being here. All right, but there's not enough room right here. All right, so the safer entry would be when price crosses below this wick here. Target's still here. But that's $5, you know, which is quite a bit, but it's moving slowly. The body's getting smaller. It can take longer to get there. You know, we want this to fill within a minute or two. So You always want to think about how long it's gonna take to fill as well, especially after lunch. And after Thursday, Thursday afternoon. Friday, market's starting to shop here. Baba's come over. Net China 212 back up to target here. BA's rolling over. BA's one I like keeping up because there's so much movement in this damn thing. It moves all the way up and it moves all the way back down. It moves all the way up, moves all the way back down. So we're gonna be looking at short BA here. Thank you very much. So I took JP Morgan earlier. Let's see here. All right, BA, if you look at the 60 here, you see how it pulls up and comes back, and then it pulls up and it comes back. It's consistent. And that's what I like about some of these tickers. All right. And also, if you look at the 15, all these stops, they can be triggered. As it rolls over, it's smooth. So again, we see all these tight stops stacked in here, can quickly come down. We gotta be aware of that VWAP there too, I guess. Because price seems to react around this thing. So we need to take that into consideration too. HD's holding support at 317.60. There's a support level. It's holding it. They go down a bit. It's okay. So VA will be short when it crosses 230.73. First target, we're going to target the VWAP at 229.70. Ultimately, we're going to target the 225 level, 226 level. Tone, it's still back up on the 10% scan. Let's take a look at this thing. Oh, it's ugly. See all these wicks everywhere. All right, let's take a look at Amazon here. Amazon owes me some money. All right, Amazon's chopping sideways, making lower lows, lower highs here. Baba, I'm missing it. Baba's breaking out of the consolidation range here. Really, really tight range. It's ugly too. It's failing. It's not really safe to take it. I'd much rather this thing break the downside. A lot of ugly stuff out there right now. There's Adobe. Oh yeah, I gotta send a letter back. I gotta check out the Zoom.
Can you look at Roku?
Yeah. It might be a short here. One market's chopping. They rejected that pivot a couple times now.
Good short on the Boeing.
BA. Oh, yep. Yeah. Yeah, BA's great. BA's consistent. You know what I'm saying? That's why I keep it up on chart. It's kind of like, well, you know, their personalities after a while. Working pretty good. Shop. You always want to look at the risk reward on these things. That's what I say though. Yeah, Roku has rejected this 15-minute 3 different times here. It's starting to roll over. It needs to get out of this range though. It's not safe to short it right now, and I'll show you why. It does look like a short, but there's a lot of chop going on right here. Right here. Let me get rid of this. Starts here. What am I doing? Here. 1 second. Right here. So we got to get out of this zone right here first. You got to get out of this right here before you can take it short. Because even though it's throwing shorts, it's rejected once, twice, 3 times this area here, right here. It's coming down. You could take it short now, but your target's here. All right? The target's right here. There's a lot of support right here. And if you look, see where the wicks are? Right here in this area. Every time it came to this area right here, it wicked up, and it wicked up, and it wicked up, and it wicked up. So 4 times, rejected 4 times from this area. So if it breaks below that, you can see a nice push. That push will take you to here. So the zones, you know, as long as there's enough money in this range right here, it would be okay. So here it's short now. There's your target. If it breaks that target, the next target's there. In this area right here is a lot safer. It's a lot safer. So it could come down to here and bounce, and then come back up and bounce. Go up here and bounce. It can break through here, and then it can bounce. You know, if there's enough money in this range, absolutely, I'd go for it. You know,
So it's better if it breaks yesterday's low.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's better if it breaks 417.20. All right, that's your safest bet. So anything between 417.20 and 427.30, it's a no-go range. You don't want to be nowhere near that. Yeah. BIIB's breaking out, retest the 15 back up through range. Space currently inside it, retested, pushing through, really nice play. So that retest right there on the 15s and breaks through and pushes up. BIIB is long. Beautiful pattern on it, clean on the daily. Tell you what, BIIB has got the potential to be a freaking monster. You know how we were talking about the tighter these candles are stacked up, the quicker it breaks through. Even Almurra here, if it goes inside up, it'd be long here. But look at this thing. Now we like the big huge candles, but when they're tightly stacked in here, it's even better. Stop, 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 stop. All right. So what it's telling you is, once we get to this area here, it's gonna be one great big green candle. Right? That could happen in one day. And you know, if you want to swing, I don't like telling anybody to swing because I don't like what can happen after hours, but man, that's it. Something to pay attention to. It could gap up after hours though. It's got the potential to do it. See how the candles, the bodies are getting bigger and bigger. The bodies tell a lot. The candles tell a lot. They're getting larger. And when this thing opened, it gapped up, or no, it gapped down a little bit to here. and filled instantly. So it's on its way. This next count tomorrow could be this big, or it could be this big. Who knows? Looking good, I can tell you that much. Breaking that site number 370. Amazon starting to roll down here. I'd love to see Amazon come down and touch that 15 pivot and bounce. Oh man, that'd be nice. That would be nice. And VIX came down and bounced off that pivot, which is not a good sign. Stock you stuck inside currently. Amazon's still starting over. It can come down and touch this 15 pivot here and bounce. All right. So it can come down just as fast as it went up. It's showing a short signal right now, 41. We want to see the profit potential. It's 30. It's about $12 here. Next 15. Well, Adobe wants to rip. Adobe may be a good hold overnight. Or gap up. Yeah, Roku's just in that tight range. If you look at Roku, it's got a channel. It's making more like a bull flag than anything. It's making higher lows. So it's showing a bullish sign, but you just don't right now. You can't do anything with it. Elsa, you're very welcome on that space call. Look, I want everybody to make money here. I really do. Space has been a really nice one all day. I know not everybody's got big call or big counts, and I want everybody to eat. I know, Mark. I don't know why it's like that. I'm trying to get a hold of Zoom. Amazon is coming down here. Amazon's going to be short. We're going to target the pivot on the 15. All right. So Amazon is short here. So we can't make some of that money back on that. We get stopped out there. Be good for about 10 or 12 bucks here. Amazon is short. We're going to target the base of this candle here first, if you want, at 29.90. And then we ultimately want to target the 37.18 range here. Jerry's Heroes. The misfits of the strat. There you go. Actually, stat traders. Roblox. Okay. DN4262. Are you still here? Anybody that knows how to do the direct round, let me tell you if you don't know how. BA is going to be short or add to it. The guy that was in there. Short or add to BA right now. Direct routing and space is longer, add to it as well. What you want to do is go to tdameritrade.com, the website, log in your account. You're going to go to to client services. Then you go to general, and at the bottom right of your screen, you're gonna see direct routing. It's disabled. You want to enable it, and it gives you direct access to all the exchanges, so you can get faster fields. Okay, you can get out quicker and enter quicker, a lot quicker. I don't want you to know that, but you want to get it. You want quick fields. All right, Shopify is trying to go inside the town.
Is MAC short, Jerry?
What's that, sir?
MAC?
MAC, Mac?
AMC, yeah.
Oh, AMC. Let's take a look. So Alpha Mike Charlie. Oh man, it rejected, so it bounced and then retested that 60 pivot, trying to come back down. Currently inside, retest inside a month. So yeah, it's still a short signal. I would wait just a second here. Wait till it breaks 46.85. Volume is increasing on it. We just had a flip, so we still have the time there. There's some pretty good support here. Let me see what this next level is. It's probably safer if you wait till it breaks 46.35. Actually, 46.30 is your safer entry. Also, you could probably take it short. There's some resistance right here at if you can clear the 46.75 range, it's short, but you're going to see some more resistance right here at 46.30. It's best to give up the 20 cents and take an entry at 46.30 if you're not in it. And then you'll target the pivot high and then the pivot low. Okay? It is rolling over though. It's a 2-2 on the 60. It'll make down. And the thing is, it's on the 60, it broke and it retested, which is a good sign to go short. Space is still on here, guys. It's just not going to give up today. So here's that pattern we're always talking about. You see a wick in this range right here? 3 times. 1. Once. Twice. 3 times. And here in that pivot extension here from several days ago. It's a pretty strong level here. It broke through, came down, expanded, now it's coming back down. And we know price expands on these pivots here. So if I was to draw a clean line, let me draw one. You can see the expansion. See it to the penny. I know price expands on these zones. Okay. So this is just a break and a retest right now. It's pushing back through the pivot low, which is the bearish signal. On the 5-minute, you got to get to those resistance levels. So give up 20 cents to be assured that the price is going to move down. All right, you'll target here, here, body wick. Ultimately, this is your target. Shopify came down and hit the target there, which is only $5 away, so it wasn't worth the risk or reward. The blacklist straters, like that. Everybody think of a name for the group. You see one, you think of one, but anyway, I'm gonna change the name of it by Monday. Shopify's coming on down here. Let's see if we can't get a better entry in this thing. 2-2. It's still come down and test that 1450 range. There's some more resistance down here at or support 1468.05. If it breaks 1468.05, we'll take it short, target 1458, which is a better RR $10 range there. Options. Power. PCVA. Yeah. All right, let me look at. Space call. Yeah, space has been a beast. All right, Tesla's starting to break down. Remember, there's a bunch of stops that's trigger on Tesla as well. SQ's breaking down. BA's still working good here, guys. If you're in BA, go ahead and pull your stops down. All right, use a hard stop on this thing. Right above that wick on the 15. All right, that way if it comes back down and retest, you won't lose so much money. You walk in some profit center. Space longer, add to it again. Space is longer, add to it again. Space is longer, add to it. SQ rolling over, SQ rolling over. VIX is coming up. I mean, it's not a good sign that it bounced off that pivot. Yeah. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna have to get off here and say, the water broke outside to the water hose. And I got the water turned off, but I'm gonna have to turn it and fix it right quick. Shopify's still trying to come down. Novak's is dying here. Myrna's gonna come with it. You keep on Tesla here. Here, I'll show you the problem right now. What's going on with the market is that VIX is it's bouncing off that pivot. You know, it's gonna bring everything with it. BA, what a beast. If you're still in BA there, it's you should be set up nicely. AMC is setting up here. AMC needs to break that 4630 level. If it does, this thing can shoot down. We want Amazon to break right here. So comes with the pivot. BA's puking. So add a couple times the BA every time it goes inside down, it's going to be short. We're going to target 226 on BA. Okay. So far it's moved $2 right there. I'm expecting $3-4 of this thing. Yeah, the market's just choppy. Be careful because that VIX is it can pull back down just as fast as it went up. They're really dirty about tricking you on this stuff. And here's a flip as well. INVX pushing here. Look at that. It's on the Bob scan. Ooh, INVX looks good. Is that 3-2 back up? That 40. Target's up there now. Space, boy. If you got in space, you should be up. BA add to BA or short right now. Short is a add or a short. BA is an add or a short right now. That's how you make money. Every time you goes inside down, you add to it. I mean, that's you want to make a lot of money and grow your account really quick, add to a winner. NVIDIA is short here right now. We're going to target the pivot low on the 30. And also we're going to be looking at the short Tesla. Them stops are stacked really, really tightly. All right, so let's pull up Tesla right quick. And I'm going to have to jump off here. Still in Amazon, still going to target that low on Amazon there. I do have a limit set for it. I expect it to hit target. All right, Tesla wanted to 2-2. It's a 2 up, 2 down 60 right now. It's got a lot of stops to take out right here on the 30. And the 15 could be a PMG down. Traeger stops pretty tight on these things, guys. Because again, VIX could pull right back down. This is still looking kind of strong as it starts to flatten out here. The BA looks different because BA's coming straight down, whereas Tesla's kind of slowly chopping sideways there. It's a different pattern. Right. If you look at 60 here on BA, you can see the trend of it, and that's what I'm talking about when I say these patterns and the trends and stuff. It tells a story, and that's why it's important to look back in history on these things too, so you know what's going on. Shop goes inside down here to be short. All right, it's how we're playing it all the time. It's just inside down, inside up. You know, even on these compound breaks, it's just inside up. Everything's just inside up. Even on the individual candles, inside up, inside down. Same thing. You see it, the pattern's different. On this right here, it's actually rolling. So on the 15 here, it's a rolling. It's crossed down over. And it bounced through the VWAP here. And retested it even, so it came over and down. It come over. VWAP retest gonna come on down. Target's gonna be this pivot low here. And you see how big these candles are right here on the 30-60. So it's got all these stops tagged. These stops stacking here really tightly. And we were talking about that pattern on the daily just a few minutes ago. Same thing applies. Same freaking thing. Same pattern, different times. All right, so we expect the same thing to happen on this. If you look, it's always the same pattern. It's the same strategy. It's just different time frames. The higher the time frame, the larger the move, of course. All right, I got to go do some plumbing. Yay, yay. I like doing flying. It's pretty easy. Y'all have a good day. Tomorrow's Friday. I was gonna be cheap. Get you some rest and get ready to kick butt in the morning and take names. Think of some names that we can call this server in the Discord. I'm gonna change the Twitter name to it as well. I don't put anything personal on the Twitter. It's mostly just trading stuff. So. But, that's what
All
we'll
right,
do.
Jerry, we'll talk to you tomorrow then.
I still think you may want to have something at the bottom, Jerry, that says this is not financial advice on Zoom, just in case he tries
Oh
to get.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. We started that last night. I'm thinking about if I can get some kind of somebody knows about Zoom. I want to get a disclaimer. Of course, there's a disclaimer when you come in the room, but I'd like to get something to post in the first 5 minutes. So when we do the YouTube videos, it's automatically on the front of the videos as it pops up.
Mm-hmm.
There is
Yeah.
a disclaimer when you log in where you have to agree. That's the disclaimer right there.
Yeah.
Is that about financial advice though?
Yeah, it says it's
Okay.
not financial advice. If you read it, when you log into Zoom and you click agree, if you read the disclaimer, that's what it says.
Yeah, and that might be there. That's good. But I have a feeling a lawyer would say that you may want to have it just out constantly for all eyes to see as a reminder. It seems like that's what most FinTwit people do. And just from being in my other stock market class for so long, my teacher was very, very careful about giving any kind of advice. His advice was nowhere near as good as yours. But his legal team locked his lips pretty tightly. So it may just be something to ask around about, or I just don't want you to get in trouble and get fined. I'm just worried about that and you.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Yeah. We need to do something like that for sure. But to even enter into the Zoom, you've got to agree that this is just
Yeah, that should be legally binding right there.
yeah, if you click in the room, if you click agree, then you agree to the rules. But I'm all for putting up more stuff or something on the screen, as long as it's as long as I don't get in my way. I don't care to do something like that. Can you see the bottom of my screen?
Yeah, we can see where it says type here to search.
Okay, well, I might be able to stick something right in this area then.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe like small print. Would that be enough? Okay, Amazon right here, guys. We're looking for 2-2 back up through range here to quickly take these stops out. So Amazon. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. Any kind of advice I can get, I'm all for it. I'm not opposed to doing anything that takes me out of the group. Amazon.
I mean, if he's threatened by you, he's going to look for anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know why. Like, people say share, give. It's all about knowledge. It's all about this. That's what I'm doing. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm giving, I'm giving stuff away, knowledge away. I'm just a hypocrite. It's all right as long as it benefits other people financially. But that's really what it boils down to. Amazon.
Don't be deceived by profits.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Don't be deceived by profits. If you're looking for money, don't you go to big old move room. I'm gonna teach you, but you ain't gonna learn shit. You come over here. Pay me
That's the
$200
devil's talk.
Yeah, the fallen angel. What about that? So that just don't make no sense.
Yeah, he's
Come over here.
he's front running you, everybody. Because
Yeah,
those
the 100 people in this
60
room.
the 60 to 70 followers in that room are moving the market.
Yeah, moving Amazon.
Yeah, $3,800 a share. We're moving everything. And then somebody said, they asked the question. It's like, don't overthink it.
Yeah,
Just
somebody
believe it.
questioned
All
it.
right.
Did anybody else read that? Somebody questioned him. They're like, well, how many people does it take to move Amazon? And Rob's reply was, don't overthink it. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, don't overthink it, guy. You just believe me, trust me. Well, if it was penny stocks or something, maybe I could see it. Maybe.
Jerry, does he even trade?
Nope. No. And look, that's not gossip. That's, he told me he didn't trade. And look, and there's a lot of other tops don't trade. He told me himself they don't trade. They teach. They teach. So when I say that stuff, I'm not lying. It's not gossip. It's the truth.
That's why I don't want you to give it away.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, again, if you got tools, you got to know how to use the tool. There's no sense in having a bunch of tools. Like if you go to Home Depot, you can buy all the tools in this whole store, man. DeWalt, chop saws, miter saws.
But I think the big thing is this first time that Rob's had any competition.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're kissing butt and you're not a threat, you're good.
I mean, he's got Alex there. Who goes to Alex's room? So, Big O's a threat to him. And then he's got, Sarah and Strat Dog after him. So,
yeah.
When I was brand new, not like I'm much further past brand new right now, but when I just found out about the Strat, I went to Alex's room first and I got a lot out of his room and he seems like a nice guy. And then I found Jerry and I have not logged back in Alex's room.
Well,
since.
Jerry trained Alex.
Tell me about
yeah.
Tell me about Alex's room. Like, I know he finds some good stuff, but how does he get stealthed out a lot? Does he find like big moves? Does he find like little small moves or?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything bad about him, but you could tell he was young. And again, I mean, I got a lot out of the kid. Like he gave me confidence because I'm old enough probably to be his mom, a young mom, but still. And he was competent and he was training people. And I'm like, well, if this kid could do it, I can do this. So, and he had really good instructional videos. I think they're better than Sarah's. And, but yeah, he does get stopped out a lot. I mean, you've propelled my learning, Jerry, so much, and I'm not just blowing smoke or, kissing up or anything. But I'd have to go back to really understand what he wasn't doing. He seemed to be able to spot good entries, but his follow through, his trades didn't work out. Yeah, he got stopped out a lot. And the tone of the room was a bunch of new people that weren't serious about trading and they YOLO'd a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's not good.
If that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, they're just going. I noticed when
it's just a younger crowd.
Yeah, when he puts stickers on Twitter, they're like no name stickers and stuff. They're like you've never heard of them before.
Well, his style's a lot like Sarah's. He likes drawing the lines going across, for all that stuff. That's just too much work.
Yeah, he does a lot of running for me. Yeah.
Yeah, he searches for inside bars and stuff like that, and he'll have like 9 tickers up in the morning of all different kind of stocks, from. I was in there about a week or so. He never had no Amazon or nothing like that. But it was just different stuff. He said, just take it.
The sad part is that Jerry helped them a lot, and then he disrespected Jerry. I mean, if you think Rob was been used to seeing with Alex, I was on some of the tweets with Jerry, and Alex went full force after Jerry.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah,
he after me too. I mean, he tries to tell we lie, we're phantom. There's no such thing happening, And if you look at his thing, his Discord, he copied 100% of Jerry's, model.
Yeah. Wow, he was so nice.
Yeah.
He was nasty. Then he got his brother on, and his brother went after Jerry and I.
Yeah. Yeah, he started in here. And then when he left, he pretty much copied the entire Discord, like basically word for word.
It's, you know, I mean, you can look at Alec, I mean, Jerry started that options tab where you know, copy your options in there, you can follow it. And I mean, he copied everything. But it's okay. I mean, trading, you can do that, but he won't give Jerry any credit. Then he called Jerry every name in the book.
Yeah, I don't care if he gets credit. It's all right. He's young. He wants followers and stuff like that. I understand it. You know, he'll get better with age.
Guys, not to change the subject, but have any of you guys dealt with Black Box?
BA short here. Add to it, guys. So add to your BA short.
I think Black Box is like an option volume monitor, isn't it?
Correct. Well, it's not. It's just mostly, you know, on volume. But yeah, they base it on flow.
Yeah. Well, I think the best one I've seen is Algo Flow.
Yeah, I don't know that one. I'm still subscribed to Black Box, and those guys in there, they're very nice and friendly. You know, they give very
Amazon's
good
long,
advice.
guys. Amazon's long here, guys. We got
Is
volume
Peloton-
stepping back in.
How about Tesla? Tesla's chopping, huh?
Yeah, Tesla's chopping. Yeah. Tesla needs to break that high. Amazon's, you know, it's been chopping, but it's cleaner price action.
Does anybody who trade Amazon shares on Thinkorswim know how to like put in an order for mid price instead of like I hit buy market a lot of times. It's pretty wide in there.
Yeah, I'll show you how to do it. So when you go to charts, you know, you got your active trader there. So when you put how many orders, how many shares you want to buy, you're going to click, you'll see the price, the current going price for the shares. You just click a little bit above the ask. You set the price that you're willing to pay for.
Wait, just in the active trader tab itself?
Yeah. So you know that the chart thing on the chart up, but you know how you can hit limit or stop or sell.
Yeah,
And as you scroll it,
for me, it's real hard because the price moves so fast. It's hard to get an order in there. But maybe I just have to set it earlier.
yeah, set it right above the going price. The going price. And look, if the price moves so fast, you probably won't get filled anyway. It'll just pass you right up.
Yeah, well, I've been
might be
doing the market, and it's been it's tough because you end up getting in at the top, and it's a lot of times.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody else might have better explanation than me. But usually,
Jerry,
I'm sorry about that.
Jerry's HD's writing the bottom of the 15-minute channel. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it's holding support there. Yeah. So let me pull it up right quick. It's holding support. Let me show you real quick. And HD's got this thing, and it's a pattern HD too, where it moves most of the day, and then it'll chop the rest of the day, and it's chopping, but it's a set pattern. So that support, I'll show you, it's on the 15 here. It's on top of these two large candles. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's on that support. It's right in the center of it.
What time frame is that? Oh, that's a 15-minute. Okay.
Yeah, it's right here. It's 10 cents below, so it's 317.40 is the stop on it. Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, guys, I gotta fix this water line. I'll catch you on the morning. I'll look at trying to put some kind of disclaimer up on the bottom of the screen here so it don't get in the way. And be careful, market's kind of choppy. VIX is pushed up. It retested that pivot high on the 60 minutes, so we gotta be mindful of that. Probably see some stuff gap up in the morning as it fills these gaps.
You can put that disclaimer in the chat.
Oh yeah, every morning. Well, Yeah, I can do that. I can do that for sure. We'll do something. We have to post it all over the place. I could probably make it over here by the watch list. I don't use the watch list much.
That's
now.
where Alex
And,
has his. It says in bold letters, this is not financial advice. Make your own decisions.
Oh, that's just one sentence he uses.
Yeah, this is not financial
Okay.
advice. Yep. And
Okay.
it's right there where you just pointed.
Okay, I'll do that then. Yeah. I'll probably pull a notepad out and then just type it and leave it sitting there or something.
Can you put it at the bottom of everything, or is it you can't deal with it? Meaning below, at least on my screen on my iPad, if you put it below, you know, where those icons are.
Yeah.
And you put it below, there's some black space down there.
Yeah, I'll stick it right there where it says mostly cloudy and 249. I'll put it right there, or either to the left of the search box is. I'll find a spot for it though.
Yeah, over on your Windows icon on the left, can you put it below there, or?
Oh, yeah, sure can, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I put it below that, and then it doesn't interrupt anything.
PTO Breakers, the Country Bears, the Country Bears. Mhm. Some good names in here. Big old wave breakers. Oh, nice. Florida coach, you took that 4 short, I guess. Florida coach, thanks for those sweeps. It's pretty nice of them. Yeah.
Hey, man. Do you have a timer outlet?
Yeah, they hang on a second. I'll get it for you. I know I'm in trouble for making people money. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all in the morning, and hopefully make a lot of money on Friday and their cheap calls and options and stuff. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day. Appreciate y'all.
Be good.
You too. Thank you so much, buddy.